So we, in theory, should be live.
And maybe we can hear ourselves.
Watch now.
Currently it's showing live, but I'm not seeing anything.
Hmm.
I see us, and I hear us.
Good, good. Do you hear me and you guys? The standard test.
Yes.
Alexander, any joy?
Yeah, refresh seemed to help.
Cool. I'd be worried if you couldn't, because you have mod access. So I would be very worried if you couldn't.
Yeah, and I'm on the mod overlay. But yeah, no, it's working now.
My hair
I
is
was just
so
watching Legos.
fluffy. Just watching Lego, yeah. I mean, we can all
Yeah,
do
same.
that.
Just watching Lego. It's like, ooh, Lego Horizons, fun.
Yeah.
Not sponsored.
No. Other Lego products may
Other
be
levels
available.
are available.
Oh dear. I mean, Lego will eventually own us, don't worry. I'm willing to sell out to Lego. With customizable Aluben garage.
Oh, that'd be great. Oh my god.
That would be cool. Like, what Lego sets would we like to build? Dinosaur Island, obviously.
Obviously. Yep. Yeah, I feel like you'd get the Loudon Manor, and you have to decide if you build it as a brothel or as a school.
It's level 3
Yep.
flashbacks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like Sloth's house would be a really good Lego set.
Yep. Just all the random stuff on the dining table.
Nice
very
little
good.
water quickly.
Be very, very good. Listen, well, I mean, you have all been through character gen.
Lego.
You have been obviously through character gen enough with me to know that I usually say, "What does your action figure come with?" Because I always think that's quite a nice starting point to be like, well, if you came in a box and you've got limited things that come with you, what are those signature things that Because I do think it makes you kind of care a bit more about what your character would be seen with. Although I feel like Myr'ra comes with the kind of deluxe pack where it's just Myr'ra plus all of the stuff from her backpack.
Yeah, the one where it's just the backpack and there's nothing in it, and then there's one that was just like Samwise Gamgee used to come with. It's just all of the things.
Could Myr'ra be like a transformer?
That would be so cool.
You get the Chromira one with her as well, and then all the random stuff. Yeah, that'd be pretty damn cool. Yeah, you all get like
a bow and arrow, and when you press the button on the back, blade comes out of my wrist.
Yep, you've got that kind of like chop action.
Yep.
You'd have a cloak that would change colour when you put it in hot water as well. One of those like fun thermoplastic ones. Yeah. Obviously, we have like a fire breath attack. In fact, no. Do you remember the really unsafe like Captain Planet toys? Maybe you don't. Maybe I'm going back further than I need to. But had like the little sparker thing on the back for the guy with the fire ring, because we could get Ignysera that for her fire breath.
That's amazing.
So unsafe.
Toys of the past. Great.
There was little fairies that you would pull.
Yeah.
And they banned them because people kept getting them in the end.
Oh, they were the best.
Yeah, I had one of them as well. They were great.
Yeah. So, and Lockheart's box is a deluxe box where it's just the Book of Law that you open, and it's Lockhart inside.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find their Games Workshop made a while ago. Did release a models for Skaven, and one of them just has this tiny like mutated rat holding a big chunk of red warpstone. It's just like so perfect, like the hunched figure of what I always imagined Fleabite.
It's interesting your go-to character is Fleabite though.
100%.
I think Lockhart would also have the Snake Eyes from the Jungle Book, trying to hypnotise you and make you forget the last
It's Jafar.
No, be good. Obviously, Falkwin has to be a deluxe set as well because he's got an Aluben to deal with clip-on wind distraction armor. Yep. Ignysera gets loads of fire attachments that clip onto her as well. And the super unsafe, like, flint lighter part. Gonna see if I can find that, because honestly, like, it's the least safe possible toy.
We did do a team building at work recently, where the prize at the end was like little like survival bracelets, which involved like a little knife that you could spark.
Right.
And then there's just a bunch of adults who are like, let's see what we can light on fire.
That's amazing.
The other team building people's faces like, oh no, what have we done?
Maybe we shouldn't.
So yeah, I shared that toy. That was a thing that they gave children.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's wild.
I own
Let's
this.
buy one.
Oh man. Just things. Just things. I think you gotta admire the irony of the Captain Planet toy line doing plastic toys.
Yeah, it's like it's Captain Planet. Save the world, right?
Yeah. Very odd.
There you go.
So I'm hoping everyone's enjoying this RP that we were running. She's just us talking about us as action figures. Here's the thing: if you could only pick one NPC to have as an action figure, who would it be? You don't need to agree, obviously. Don't worry, Falkwin, you come with Alubin, so you don't have to worry about that.
Sure.
Katie would have been my
Yeah, I'd probably say Katie.
I would not say no to Pride.
Okay, yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Pride comes with joy, though.
Oh. Vermi would be cool in both like pre and post Queen.
Yeah.
Like some kind of like Aragorn rider and like outfit change.
Oh, I like that. Yep. One would be spear-style barbarian Vermi. The other one would be, sword-wielding crowned Vermi.
Oh, there's ones where you used to put them in a doorway and the door would spin a little bit different version.
It would be that cell that she was in the palace. Just spin her around. Yeah. So good. Or just the vault. Yeah. I'm enjoying that little Skaven hugging its rocks. It's good. It's very, very good. I like its little spikes it's got as well. It's very good. Okay. Anyway, so
I've got a load of Skaven from Advanced Hero Quest.
Right.
We were in that a lot, so I've got a pile of them.
Nice.
From that game.
Don't tell Alexander.
No, I know.
You had.
It's like, surely you mean we as a group have. But yes.
Inverness to it is quite a distance.
So, anyway.
Anywhere.
Good hello, and welcome to Arc 4, Part 6, somehow, of the Cascade game and the Last of the Summer Elves arc. I am Viktor the GM. It's the 23rd of November 2024, and here are the players.
My first again. Hey, I'm Sean. I'm playing, as always, Falkwin, who's the...
I lost
I'm
everybody
Kalli.
there. Did you all hear that okay, or was it just me that froze?
Yeah,
Okay.
heard it.
Heard it.
Cool, carry on.
That was fine, yeah.
Just you.
Just me.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker. It's exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hello, I'm Anna, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn adept who sheds her skin.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris and I'm playing Nori Nediam. I said that wrong again and he's caught me. So I'm a half-Elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
That's okay. Like, we're allowed to get stuff wrong. There's no professional oversight, luckily. Otherwise,
Doing it for how many months and I can't say it right.
hi, the amount of times I have to do an intro to the games, and my job's relatively the same, right? It's just the title of the game I have to get right and the date, and the amount of times I just mess that up is fine, so I wouldn't worry about it. Definitely not going to lose sleep over that, that's for sure. So anyway, here we are. What do you remember from last time?
Bugs.
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 They were a feature, not a bug.
We travelled.
And now they're crispy.
Very crispy.
They're all crispy, right? We did finish that encounter, I think.
No.
Well,
Did we?
Stage 1, maybe.
Yeah, Katie, yeah.
Let us not worry about whether or not the encounter is still active or not. Let's just reflect on what we did last week, briefly.
We did find out an important plot piece that Katie's hearse was made of imported wood.
Yes. That you're determined to assume that's going to come up in like a year's time.
We met an ambulance
Mm-hmm.
called Noya Darcy.
Yes.
She seemed a bit over us, or at least over Katie, and maybe being summoned to a dark tunnel. But she's been very helpful so far.
Yep. Why did you laugh there, Chris? What was funny there? Just having a go at Noya?
Somebody shaking their head at ambulance.
I love the fact that it was until you wrote it down. It was so good. Hey, the Amber Lances are a very noble profession. The dedicated healers of the White Hall.
JT brought some snacks with him, and he's already a third of his rations.
I've had to leave my snack behind because it's too loud.
To be fair though, your snack is alongside Noya's horse though, right? So they have been like tied up somewhere together. Because I didn't mention that last week at all after he's went in the cave. Like, she did bring her horse though. That is somewhere. Like, in the narrative.
What's that for her?
Yeah. Anything else?
Yeah, Katie.
I done some sneaking about.
You did. Definitely the scout with some clout.
And once again, the roles kind of supported us.
They were very generous, the rolls, yep.
Yes.
The less we say about that, the
And
better.
And then, of course, we ended on a KT moment. Count KT moment.
Yes. What did KT get up to?
he had a little nibble. He whispers to his friend. Looks like he's whispering to his friend. And then he like nom, 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 and became a swarm of blade-like bats.
And essentially filled up the screen, and we went to our credits there. Luckily. So yes, that's where we were. And no, sadly that didn't end the combat.
Oh.
So let's just jump straight back into that, shall we? Let me find out where that screen lives. Under all the other screens. That's the thing I'm looking for. The turn order.
What are we supposed to be looking at? His background-wise.
What are you looking at?
A turquoisey beige screen with all the place names highlighted, but nothing else.
Is anyone else looking at the regular world map?
I see that.
I've just got the map.
Come back to his Lockhart. Do not go
Using
into the...
Firefox.
Okay, I will just restart.
I hate how Firefox hates Roll20, or the other way around.
Yeah, it's very odd. Very odd. So yes, as we ended last turn, I guess, Katie seems to have gorged somewhat on the blood of one of the elven maidens. They all have names, by the way. Yeah. And well, I was going to say, would MD have asked for them by this point, or are we just happy to not know them so far? Yep, Hannah, you're nodding.
Yeah,
Yep.
I definitely would have asked.
Yes.
They were quite nice.
Yeah. Their names are Myr'ra.
Arabella. That's
Yes.
a great name.
What are you going to say there, Sean?
I was going to say Merlot Sauvignon.
And blank.
But yeah, so Myr'ra, Dakima, and Camberley.
Aww.
Dakima is the one who was whispered to.
Okay, so
And
she's
now-
currently.
And now looks very, very pale on the floor.
Okay.
Myr'ra is the one with the slingshot that's been reassuring Lockheart. And Camberley is also there. But yes, I realised after the session last time I just never mentioned their names once. I was like, they do have names. Just like all those dwarven nobles. Okay, so yes, Katie looks like he's indulged somewhat in some of the blood, and has a turn round again. The black, light absorbing eyes, the kind of almost, slightly gaunter, more shadow inducing face, and I believe he told everyone to duck or get down. One of the two. I forget what he exactly said. I think it was get down, and then all of you complied as he seemed to transform into a massive black swarm of very, very fast-moving, sharp bats that tore through a very big chunk of the oncoming swarm of these very large, horse-sized kind of big cave crawler bug things. And after the 30 seconds or whatever of the whoosh of all these bats flying around everywhere, and seemingly up into the raised parts of the cave, a lot of the bugs seem to be somewhat engaged. There are still some stragglers, however, that have obviously not been caught up in the bat swarm, and that is what you guys have to deal with. And I do believe Falkwin has one in front of him. But luckily it's Falkwin's turn.
Oh, good. So setting the scene, I have been doing artillery duty on the horde on the ceiling up until now.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Katie went up against.
So Katie cleared out some of the ones that were encroaching on you guys, that were coming down towards you. So you guys blasted up into the ceiling, blew open, a massive hole in their numbers. They all swarmed down. Some had already came towards you guys because you started glowing, and then Katie has done his best to thin that number significantly, but most of them seem somewhat embatted currently.
Okay. Are there any still on the ceiling, still clumped up, who are not currently engaged with Katie?
The sky is bats.
Okay. I would like to not incinerate Katie.
I think Katie would be thankful. Nori!
You're just an elfin maid and a mama.
I mean, merely whispered to her.
I didn't say that out loud.
It may have been a careless whisper, but,
Right. This is a choice, though.
Okay.
So I can either try and use some short-range single target go fuck off and die spell on the one in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Not incredibly cheap, and I think to have a good chance of it working, I would probably need to spend effort.
Okay.
Can I tell if the one that's coming towards me is injured or not?
Obviously it's hard to see, given our light levels generally, but it doesn't look like it's going to be notable injuries, unlike the one next to you in front of Ignysera that has a spear through its brain.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay.
which I believe was at the
Oh.
hands of Noya.
Okay. Oh, but I still have the golden light that's giving me +2 points of damage. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's still in effect.
Yep, yep.
I have to remember these things because I didn't write any of that down. Okay. So I can either attack that, or I can try and buff someone else. I think I'm gonna deal with the immediate issue in front of me first, because I don't think anyone else is engaged with this one and going to save my life right now. At the moment.
Well, I mean, you've got Ignysera at one side of you, and then to the side of her, you've got Noya. So you're not alone. I think behind you is Myr'ra as well, and then Nori, and then behind that is Marabella. Behind Marabella is Lockhart. Behind Lockhart is Takima being looked after by Camberley. So there you go.
But no one's gonna tank this bug for me if I don't kill it before it attacks me, right?
Unlikely, because I believe the bug is it goes after. So yeah, I think that you have bugs one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to attempt to cast Wither on the bug.
Ooh.
So Wither is my death magic shout. It comes from Blessing of the God. And yep, so I can target it if it's in short range, takes 3 damage, which is going to be +2, but also let's see, so I've got an intellect edge of 3, and this costs 3. So I could just use it for free, but I definitely wouldn't kill it.
It does seem unlikely.
So if I spend effort, that gives me +3. Right?
For damage, yes.
If it hits, okay. And the effort costs 3?
The first level of effort costs 3, yep.
Okay.
And the second level would cost 2, etc.
Okay. I'm gonna go for it with 1 level of effort.
To give you an example of some maths for that as well, not to overcomplicate things, but just for the folks at home. So it's 3 cost, 3 damage, your edge is 3, which means that move is effectively free for you. And if you added 2 levels of effort to do damage, it would cost you 5 intellect for a grand total of 9 damage. It's alright.
Do we know the DC for this?
Yeah, you've got that info. Does anybody remember the info?
I think it was 4, right?
Yep.
Was it 4?
It was.
Yes, okay. No effort to roll. No asset. 1 effort to damage. Does that work? Yeah. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Wait, did I hit combust? I did not mean to hit combust. That's the wrong one. I guess it doesn't matter because the roll to hit would be the same.
I was going to say, if the maths wouldn't be different.
Yeah.
Just like the idea that that's just your magic attack spell word that Falkwin uses. You just go, combust, regardless of what you're casting. But yes, unfortunately, the spell misses, but it's also just possibly because of the cluster of fuck going on above your head, right? Like, there's a lot going on that's just happened. Also, you've never seen someone just turn into a massive swarm of razor bats and tear past you. It's probably quite intimidating, given that the party trust this guy. Then again, you also do travel with Myr'ra. So, glass houses and all that. Okay. And remember, people can reroll if they've got XP. Just putting that out there as a reminder.
I will not.
That's okay. And looking somewhat confused by the affair, you've got the big, as I said, horse-sized bug thing with the big bladed scythe-like hands turn round to Falkwin because I feel like you are right there, and you did just point at it and scream some kind of magical spell at it. And
did you say about my mother? Exactly.
And yeah, so you're gonna have to make a speed defense roll to get out of the way of its attacks. Yay, we love those.
Right. Do I have? No, Falkwin's not very limber.
Is Falkwin in armor?
No.
Nope, that's fine. So there's no speed-based penalties to any of the costs of anything, so that's good.
How is my luck going to hold out? Probably not very well.
No, that's not a good roll, I'm afraid.
That's unfortunate.
You didn't code that to do a difficulty 4 though, interestingly enough.
Did I know it was a difficulty 4 to be hit by them?
Yeah. So,
okay.
Unless I state otherwise, it'll be the same difficulty for you attacking and you defending from the thing, unless I state it's different. Okay.
Okay. Interesting.
Because again, I think I mentioned last time, but if someone said difficulty 4 monster, it might attack as difficulty 4, but it might defend as difficulty 5, right? Depending on what's going on. Or it might be defense against magic difficulty 5 versus, certain things. It might only be difficulty 3 because it's too big and clumsy to dodge out the way of speed attacks. So, and that's stuff that the scan spell can just tell you if you ask for that info. You just can only get one piece of info from scan about a creature's stats, essentially. You can't then rescan it every time and be like, okay, we've got its entire stat sheet now. Okay, so you take, let me just find out where that damage is. So as this thing, you try and get out the way, but again, maybe because there's just swarms of bats everywhere, it's somewhat off-putting because you don't know necessarily where you should be moving, because naturally the bats would make it slightly harder to see as well. And just the noise of the wings as well is probably quite distracting in the skittering of their sonar. But yeah, so it's 5 damage from this big scythe-like claw that comes for Falkwin. Keep in mind though, if Falkwin has various sources of armour, those will be factored in. And keep in mind that Noya's buff is still active.
Oh, what's Noya's buff?
It's in the chat. It's not in the chat, sorry, it's in the turn order as well, so it's +1 armour from Noya while you're near her.
I do hope to be near her.
Yes. These are all currently near her.
Which is useful because I don't wear armour otherwise, and I'm pretty sure I don't have any other source of defense.
Percentage-wise as well, KT probably isn't majority near her anymore. Percentage-wise, at least.
How does armour work? Is it a flat -1 to the damage I take?
It is, yeah. So what is your armour currently without her buff?
0.
Okay. So, do you have the ward move? Did you take that upon recommend, or did you not take that? Because I know I would have recommended any caster to take that, but that's fine. I know there was one person that didn't. So you didn't take that. That's okay.
I have Golden Ward via Minor Wish, but I didn't actually use that. I used the Golden Anger.
Yep. So it would be 4 damage you take then, in that case.
And that goes to Might first?
Yes. So damage always goes to Might first, unless it specifies, because some things do direct speed damage and some things do direct intellect damage.
Okay.
But generally it will go to Might. By default.
I'm not looking very healthy. My numbers right now are 6, 7, 8. Which would be pleasing if they weren't so low.
My rootin' tootin' baby, you're driving me crazy.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. Yeah, but again, that's what these bugs are for, right? They're not here to make friends. Lockheart, make some friends with the bugs.
I mean... or just read its mind.
Lively debate.
reading its mind is when you pick up the cutlery drawer and just drop it on a stone floor. That's what you hear. Yeah.
How we've got like how.
Think out loud.
Yeah.
I need the whole consciousness stream to understand that.
I think I will. Lockhart will just do an enthrall. Something I had considered is that I did look up a bit of the other mechanics on. You can like hold action and stuff, but I don't think you do. Just gonna give it a go.
Yeah.
Just because it didn't work last time, damn it. And this is a form of deception. I'm trying to hold its attention.
What are you saying to this bug?
Nori's over there. They're pointing the wrong way, obviously.
Trying to mislead them, you could say.
Yeah, there's deception.
I don't know if they'd have a concept of what a Nori is. Except Norish?
Elf
Like
is
Morish? Yeah.
But you did say they were difficulty 4, but for trying to talk at giant bugs.
Yes.
Probably
Yeah.
difficulty 5.
Yeah. No, I'm happy to stick with my ruling on these are a difficulty 5 to socially interact with currently. It probably should just be you being hindered twice is what should probably happen mechanically. So let's just all take the difficulty 5 that's on the table currently.
But that would mean it is a social interaction.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to make it that with the difficulty 5, yeah. But I did say that it's not a pleasant social interaction.
Yes, yeah, and Lockhart is trained in pleasant or otherwise.
It's somewhat hostile social interaction.
Aggressive negotiation.
Who had that on their bingo card?
Oh my god, new character basis, actually. I will use 2 effort.
Okay, and is this on the one fighting... so is this bug 1, bug 3 or bug 4?
It's whichever one tried to attack Lockhart last time.
Which I think was bug 3? I think bug 3. I'm not actually sure. It was 3 or 4.
I think it was the last one.
Then it'd be bug 4. The one with the question mark.
Yes, it was the one that went just before Nori had his turn.
Yes, so that's bug 4. Yeah, cool. So just so I can note down what's happening to who in the battle log.
Right.
So is this the karma session? Is that what we've established? It feels like that.
We'll let it go through one rule first. Everybody gets
a
a shot first before we go down that route.
So to the mean.
I mean, as long as I don't have to roll, these are all safe. So.
So that didn't take into account that Lockhart is trained. I'm just trying to think. So that would add 3.
Yeah. So if it adds 3. And you put 2 effort in, right? And you did a difficulty 4. So the difficulty 4 has been factored in, and the effort's been factored in. But it didn't factor in training. So add 3 to your roll. What does it come out at? What's that, a 10?
But does the roll take into account the effort?
Yes, if you put in difficulty 5, which you did, it has factored that in. Yep. Because it says final underneath difficulty, and that's the difficulty you were actually rolling against, was the final 3. So see how on there it says difficulty 5 is what you started with. Your effort knocks it down to 3, which is why it says final roll is 3. That target number is 9. You rolled a 7. Technically you rolled a 10, but you've got... so that would have been a success, I guess, with that math, if you rolled a 10.
Yeah.
There you go. So Enthrall, do you want to pop Enthrall in? And obviously remember and tally up all your costs for this total thing. I'll assume you're doing that.
Yeah, it only costs 1.
I know, but your effort didn't.
the effort was discounted by 5.
Yep, cool. So that entire thing just cost you 1.
Yes.
Nice. Oh, Lockhart. You're such a glass cannon. Like, more so than Falkwin.
But then, so it just keeps it, so it can't move as long as Lockhart keeps speaking.
Yeah, I feel like you're just monologuing some nonsense piece of bureaucracy at the thing, just so as it's being distracted. Rather than it being, oh look, Nori's over that way. It is, I feel, you just noising the thing.
I think I'm winning it over. In a few more rounds, I bet I can have it paying its taxes properly.
Yeah. Having it filling out its mortgage application. It's Marabella kind of turns to you and kind of does a kind of gentle punch on your arm with her her slingshot. She goes, "See, I think it's warping to you."
Obviously, Lockhart continues to speak because if he doesn't, then the effect ends.
And after that one kind of almost empty-headed thought that she shares with you, she goes, "Do we want that?" More to herself than anything else. She puts another stone in her slingshot and readies up. But yes. Yeah, so you're holding, I guess, enthralled, alright, thralled. Anything else math-wise I need to know about that? So it's just that it won't take actions other than defend itself.
Yep, exactly.
Cool.
And for everyone else, if it's attacked, that does end the effect. So probably
Are you
best
telling us this during your conversation?
It's not the first time we've done this.
So the only people this would have been new for would have been Ignysera and Falkwin, but you've had enough narrative user work together time now to maybe have seen this before. Because I don't know if Lockhart's used it in Arc 3 at all for Falkwin's benefit, but definitely that 2 weeks of getting to know Ignysera can still have been Falkwin witnessing stuff that Lockhart can do, whereas everybody else knows it from the Palace Guard fight, where Lockhart was quite good at mitigating the numbers there. Yeah. Ignysera.
Okay, so there's a bug near me
Attacking
in
Falkwin.
front of Falkwin.
Yep,
Yeah.
and there's one behind you attacking Myr'ra and Nori, and then there's one having a chat with Lockhart.
Okay. Just having
And everything else is bats.
So wondering, I probably couldn't use my dragon breath without hitting my friends. I'm gonna try and smack the one in front of Falkwin with my great sword.
Nice. It's a great idea.
Yeah. Right. Bonus, nothing. Difficulty 4. Effort to roll. So I'll do 1 level of effort. Gives me 1.
So it's always interesting that you're after a 12 on a dice, and you're like, can I get the 12 on a dice, or will I make it that wee bit easier? Because a 9's a lot sexier than a 12 in that regard. Maybe we can throw in some damage. So if it's a great sword as well, you start at 6 damage because it's a great weapon, but if you've got anything that buffs damage as well, from your character, factor that in too.
Yes, I've added it onto the greatsword damage.
Awesome.
Maybe there. Time. Effort damage. Something. No, I'll
It always feels like such a temptation option, doesn't it? Because you're like, effort to roll and effort to damage does feel expensive, yet just keep in mind, you aren't in for long haul D&D style fights. Just always factor that in. This system is brutal and swifter. So it is a go big or maybe go home.
Yeah. So she'll charges at the towering insect. And it kind of her greatsword kind of gleams with the firelight reflecting from her halo of fire or shroud of flame. Sorry,
but,
that one either or.
Yeah.
And with precise 2-handed swing, she'll cleave through the cratiness. armor.
Yep, the chitin, the chitin. Yep.
Titan.
Yeah.
Flames like searing the wound, and you feel it like the creature like shrieks, goes through.
Yeah, and dies.
And it dies. Cool.
And dies. Yeah. Yep. Also, Falkwin, besides obviously like reeling from being injured somewhat, as you like stagger backwards after your injury, you probably do notice that this thing had been like damaged somewhat as it's like turned, and obviously 2 seconds later you've just got a dragon lady just cleaving through it. So yeah, that one can come off the list as well. There's only 2 left so far. Not bad. You know I have to be vague, Chris. You know I have to. So it seems. Well, I've not taken. Yeah, it's because you're looking at the unupdated thing. That's Bugs 1. That's dead now.
Okay.
Yeah, that doesn't happen with my words. I have to click buttons to make that happen, Chris, and I have 9 screens open. Despite how much my head turns, I don't quite have 9 screens set up yet. Eventually, one day. Yes, nicely done, Ignysera. Myr'ra.
Okay, so I've got one next to me.
Yep, you and Nori are sharing a bug.
Yay! Yes, I think Myr'ra was torn between like looking at the one that was right at the front and the one next to her and being like, should I focus? Oh, that one's dead. Great. I'll focus on this one, and then we'll deal with the one that's hypnotized by Lockhart. I'm going to try a physical onslaught. That is not the button, Hannah. Apologies. Okay, so I know the difficulty is 4. I am going to use effort to roll. I don't have any assets. Sorry, probably don't need to talk through this.
No, that's okay, it's good.
I am going to still add an effort to damage as well, because
Yep.
Yeah. But it's not a 1, so no Chromere.
It's not a 1. Are we happy with that? No XP to reroll? You don't have to. These are just options. Yeah.
Due to crow shenanigans.
I also just feel like, for me as well, see, because I'm such a defensive player when it comes to roleplay games, and I feel like I would always hold on to it for the sake of like defense rolls as well. I'm like, but I don't want to be hurt.
I think Myr'ra will at least take that as she doesn't manage to get through. Like she kind of pulls like feathers out of the air, but at least hopes that she's maybe focused this one on her.
Yeah.
She's kind of made noise at it and tried to look intimidating.
And it is like your kind of shadow bird kind of like smacking off it type thing as well. Yeah.
That kind of awful, like they impact and like vanish, but there's quite a big like.
I do like the almost theme that yourself and Threem are giving off here. It's quite good.
I think Myr'ra's like, ooh, that's cool.
No problem at all. And Bugs 3. I mean, it's definitely going to go for you, Myr'ra.
Good.
Yeah.
Stay away from my friends.
So, yeah.
Okay. I do a speed defense roll.
Correct. It does scuttle between, like, you know, looking at all the things that are going on. There's the small cocked head at its friend that's just listening to Lockhart's monologue, and then swings in for you.
I am just gonna risk it for a biscuit and not use any effort.
Amazing.
Because it costs more because it's speed. And I have armor. Oh no! I guess it's not a 1 though.
It's not a 1.
All I care about. But equally funny if it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I'm going to intrude here.
Ooh.
Yes.
That's exciting.
So, have an XP for you. Have an XP for somebody else. And this thing does rush into you and knocks you on your ass, and you kind of somewhat are now turtled because of your backpack with all your stuff. So, yes, you're somewhat flapping no pun intended, on your back a little because of this. So you've been knocked on your ass as a result of this. But yes. And who would you like to gift your XP to?
Oh, I think Ignysera, because she just managed to get a kill on one. So
Nice.
Oh, thanks.
Nice. Okay. So that's the way to Myr'ra's heart, everyone. Murder. The crows should have been a giveaway.
Okay. So does it explain damage to me?
So, your armor total currently is what?
I have 3 armor, so with Noya's it's 4.
Correct. So you take 1 damage to your might score.
Okay, to might.
Yeah.
Super.
Yes. And everyone, this is like Myr'ra's tough. Remember?
Yeah.
Can I get a tea table, please?
That's why I was like, make it hit me. Like Myr'ra looks like a bit, and then you notice that like she's quite hard to knock over. Apart from if a bug rushes at you.
Yeah. Yeah, keep in mind I had to hit her with a horse-sized bug to knock her down and pay for it with XP. But yes, Myr'ra could have can give Riven a run for their money, especially Myr'ra. Like, not prolonged, but
No,
short.
that's canon. But yeah.
That's why I've never been worried about you guys in combat. Like,
For a
yeah,
good time.
exactly. But yes, it's the maidens. So, yep, Camberley seems to be trying to tend to Takima's neck. Takima seems to be making very, breathy noises, so it seems to still be alive at least. But definitely, like, out. Do you know what I mean, for the count? And then Marabella is just looking at you. You okay?
That should have been out the title last.
It should have been. It should have been. 100% unintentional on my part as well there, so I'd love to have claimed credit for that, but alas, no. No. Just a gift for all of us there. Out for the count. Such a good name as well. Let's just undo last week and redo it. But yes, the Marabella looks at you kind of quite concerned, Falkwin. Sorry, Lockheart even. Looks at you quite concerned, as if, what did I do here? And then, the thing in front of her is not bug number 4, sadly. Yeah. So, are you giving her some kind of positive affirmation, some kind of negative affirmation? Like, what?
I'm just not sure how much I can.
I mean, you can't stop speaking to this bug, but you can at least give her, some kind of nod or shake of the head or a thumbs up or a thumbs down, like the Emperor.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I think like eyes moving is probably the most. Just like shake head, but with eyes.
She gives that kind of like sad puppy reply with the eyes out. Holding the stone in the slingshot, and then she tries to maneuver around you to get like a shot on bug 3, but obviously that'll be her turn moving around. Sadly, these bugs are quite big, and everything else is bats, as we know. Bug 4. Yep. Just continues the conversation. Nori?
I've seen Myr'ra getting knocked in her backside, so I'm taking my bow and I'm aiming straight at the bug, wherever it may be attacking her, whether it's about to pounce on her or whatever. I'm taking a shot.
Nice. Have at thee.
Well, if it pops up, there we go. 2.
She may be knocked down, but she'll get back up again.
Difficulty 4. I'm going to use 1 effort to roll.
Okay.
I don't have any assets. Cost? What's cost?
Nothing, unless you're spending an ability.
Nothing. And I'll also do another effort to damage.
Oh. Ahoy! Isn't that delicious?
Yes!
So can I ask, are you going to take the extra damage or the major effect out of interest?
Okay, well the question is, does the 7 damage kill this one?
So, you need to decide that in this moment. You don't get the after the fact, sadly.
Oh, I'll take the extra damage this time.
Okay. It's the sensible choice here, just in general, like when you're unsure of the outcome. So, your bow starts at 4 damage, I believe. You've added 3 damage to it to get up to 7, and you're adding 4 damage to that to get it to 11. So,
Yep.
I guess when the thing's obviously turned back to Myr'ra and bull rushed her a bit to knock her on her ass, what you've seen is where you shot your first arrow under its chitinous plate. You're obviously just aiming for the exact same spot that you've obviously wedged open a bit with your other arrow. And it's obviously got you an immaculate shot in there. Keep in mind you get all your points back in terms of the ones you'd spent on this roll. So that was free, which is the loveliest thing about nat 20s in this system. It is somewhat paid for, I think, though, because obviously a nat 20 doesn't guarantee a hit in this system. Like if something was a difficulty 7, for example, this misses and you get nothing from it. No refund, no points, no major effect, no damage. You still need your dice roll to be a success, but when it is a success, that nat 20 is so good because it refunds stuff, which is, I'll be honest, I would much rather have the refund than a guaranteed hit, if I'm honest, because that keeps you active in a fight. Just nice.
So even the refund is contingent on the success?
Everything's contingent on the success. Yeah. Keep in mind, though, if you read something in the book that says otherwise, please highlight it, but from memory. But yes, so that is 11 damage to bug number 3, then bug number 3 is dead. It probably does land on Myr'ra, though.
Ha!
So yeah. You have, weirdly, like the weight of another dead horse on you.
Yeah. Or gives Nori a thumbs up from under the
Not bad though, not bad. Yeah, I guess Nori is gonna stab that bug from behind, bug number 4, because she wouldn't understand why Lockheart's talking to it, or why it's listening. Yep. So bug number 4 is no longer enthralled. It in fact lets out a horrible skittering screech as Noya's spear stabs into like the back plating of this thing, but it's still very much alive and angry. Yep. Alive and angry. KT is busy. Falkwin.
Okay. I'm going to do what I should probably have done in the first place, although it was fine because Ignysera ended up one-shotting the one she hit anyway. I am going to encourage Ignysera to rip and tear. And I can put this down.
Interesting.
So basically, for the rest of this combat, you get an asset on any might-based attack rolls.
Aye.
So,
Very nice.
an asset effectively means, so you can benefit from 2 assets on any one task, maximum, and one asset equates to making the difficulty 1 easier.
Okay.
Is how that works.
Oh, very helpful. Thank
Very
you.
good.
So it's like a plus
Like
3
free
on your
effort.
roll to hit.
Nice.
It doesn't affect damage though, right?
No.
Alas.
Nope. Lockhart. You're probably looking at the back of a bug.
Yeah. And it's the only remaining bugs.
Yes. I mean, there are a lot of other bugs that are being dealt with currently. But they're in the
Yes.
abstract, nice backdrop
Yeah.
that we have that are just bats.
Skybox.
Mhm. It's quite an interesting image, though, in terms of you guys are in a bubble of light that only goes so far from Noya's spear, that's also giving you all +1 armor, and then outside that bubble is just bats blocking a whole bunch of bugs getting to you guys.
I mean, I think Lockhart will just try and keep its attention again, or yeah, that's the.
I'm going to
It's a
Launch a kick at its rear end.
This is going to be a
it's-
difficulty 6 this time, purely because the thing has been attacked and is currently somewhat enraged by the attack.
I mean, is there a help that works in combat?
Well, how would you help?
Shout loudly and.
You also have a dagger.
And
You're right. Trade Marabella.
I think I think Lockhart's probably more likely to maybe go see Dakima. Maybe see if there's anything can help there. Just there's nothing like mechanically, but probably just be like looking to see. Dead? No. Okay. Is there anything?
You could roll a medicine on there if you wanted. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Just a flat intellect roll.
Yeah.
It's do we know a difficulty of that?
No.
Just
Lockhart having no basis in any medical background and also not understanding what whispering to someone to make them faint and also lack of blood. But yeah, I mean, I think you could easily keep her stable though. Quite nicely.
two effort on that as well.
Oh my god, it's disgusting.
Take 3 damage off her.
No, but your minor effect could be to get her back on her feet if you wanted. Just as not a useful person, but at least conscious. Right?
Yeah, be like, you're going to be okay. You gotta live.
You have to live, so
Remember
I live
that.
longer.
Yeah, the more meat shields we have, and the more Capri Suns for Katie, the better.
Other pouch-based drinks are available.
Oh, I've got some of them in the fridge.
Oh dear. But yes. No, very well done. Triage roll there, Lockhart. Maybe another career path open to you. The Lockhart Dourf Surgical Reformation Centre.
That's not as funny as it should be, or that's funnier than it should be.
Yes. Yes. For those who know. But in the interest of not gatekeeping humour, brief aside as we pause the drama. Palpatine, before fixing Vader's injuries when Anakin got injured, set up the Emperor Palpatine Surgical Reformation Center to treat Vader. And I love that. Just the idea that he would go to the effort of branding to then, yep, hence all the jokes I make about him being Palpatine secretly.
It's far less secret anymore.
But yes, it's just ridiculous levels of detail that Lucas went into for no reason. I say that here with the imported wood. It's fine. But yes, well done, Lockhart. Not bad. Ignysera, you feel somewhat inspired, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm a bit pumped up.
Mhm. You know you want to pump. Yep.
In Revan's words, the Doom soundtrack has begun to play in your head.
Yeah, so I guess where's the next nearest one? Or who looks in the most trouble?
So Noya is the one that stabbed the remaining bug with you guys in the back, and it's turned round to Viktor. It's the one that Lockhart was enthralling. You've got obviously Falkwin next to you, who's chanting magical words at you and empowering you. You've got Myr'ra, who's got a thumbs up out from underneath, being not quite actively crushed, but has a massive bug on top of her. So effectively, technically, might consider +1 armor from external attacks. Who knows? You've got Nori, who's been firing arrows into the back of the bug that killed, obviously, that he's killed as well. So everyone's kind of okay, except obviously even Dakima's looking like she's coming around now, thanks to Lockheart's efforts. So you've got free reign on bug number 4, effectively.
Yeah. Go for bug number 4 then.
Nice.
And again, I'll just kind of run up to it and swing my greatsword again.
Nice.
And trying to do what I did before, and I'm feeling extra ready, ready to go.
Remember, when you're doing your math, it lasts you 4 assets. You pop in 1.
Well, assets. I won't add in an effort to roll. Asset. So no cost. I will do an effort to damage because I'm feeling so.
Yeah.
Boo.
Damn. Really is the Carmenite, isn't it? Like, it really is.
Yeah.
But yeah, so obviously this thing, like, you maybe go for its neck as it's like been lunging and snapping at Noya's spear, and the thing obviously just manages to jerk out the way as your blade swings past and smacks into like the stone, with a massive like resonant clank. But to be fair, you are a big flaming dragon running at it with a sword, so it's maybe...
It's a heavy weapon, it's a big thing. You come in, get out of the way.
Yeah. It's like those, the fly swatter math of, you can feel the air displacement. Not bad though, and also 10 damage is disgusting. Just... Yep.
That would have been nice.
Would have been nice.
Was that you adding damage with effort?
Yeah, I added 1 effort damage.
So it's 7 by default for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Myr'ra, do you want to give me a might roll to get out from under this?
Can I see the other one from under this bug?
Tell you what, roll me a d20. Oh. If it's above 10, yes. If it's 10 or below, no.
Okay. D20. No. Okay. I will try and guess out then.
Okay.
I was going to stay there if I could. Okay, so a might roll. Do I know the difficulty?
Yeah, 4.
Okay. I don't think I'm going to. I should add effort, because otherwise I then can't do anything else.
Just crow out.
This is
She may still.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Rolling a 1 here would be beautiful, because then you could crow out.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, hey! Roll 20! So it's just failures and 20s. That's what I'm seeing.
Okay, so I effortlessly able to get out from under the bus. I still think she does that kind of like awkward where you've got to like push it off, like she like hulks it off, but then just like roll onto her side and awkwardly push herself up because of her like writing desk backpack. And then goes, okay, and then we'll try and attack the bug that is still alive.
Okay.
Bets on. Oh no, not that. Sorry, 1 second. I have to click the actual attack.
Mechanically, for everybody else, the reason why I'm letting Myr'ra still do an action is because of the 20 out of FYI. Otherwise it would have been the action to get out. Yeah. But no. It's okay, you had the energy to keep going anyway, so I wasn't going to get in your way.
Throw the other bug at the other one.
Again, the fact that these little icons are so small, and every time I try and hit the little dice, it hits the little speech bubble, and I'm like, I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay.
Okay, I'm going to have effort to roll. Don't have an asset. It doesn't cost anything. I am going to add effort to damage as well, because why not?
Mm-hmm. Hey!
Yes. And my crows hit this time.
Play two. This was physical attack, wasn't it? Physical, yep.
Yeah. Okay. And then I'll go and minus all the things.
Yep. And do you want to describe how you kill it?
So I think after awkwardly kind of getting back to her feet, she kind of does that kind of like almost turn and look over her shoulder, and it just, again, which is impressive considering how dark the air already is with bats. The air just gets a little bit darker. And then from those shadows, these kind of like shadow crows appear and just all like tear the bark apart.
Nice. Nice.
And then disappear.
Pretty metal.
Yeah. Again, you kind of feel like her eyes almost go fully black if you're looking at her.
Yeah, definitely no similarities between you and 3 at all.
No, completely not.
This is why people think Helborn are a tiny bit shifty, Myr'ra. Like, because your eyes go fully black when you're casting magic.
You're not helping the stereotype.
No, really not. Yeah. Encouraging it more than anything.
Do better. From the big fiery dragon lady, you're very intimidating.
Sorry.
Heaves your great sword out of the stone. It's got half of the bug guts on it. Fair. It's nice to see that you're still clumsy after all this time, though, Myr'ra, which is good. Your original descriptor that you had many moons ago.
It was my first. And then we discovered that shapeshifting was a thing.
Yeah, we did. And we just discovered that truly you were a Helborn the whole time. Yeah, that's all the that's all the bugs that were harassing you guys did, which is nice.
Right.
So congrats, everyone. Etc. However, the swarm above, as like Noya's pulling the spear out, then kind of looking a bit concerned at the sky of bats, and yes, it seems like they're being like herded, I guess, down further into the caves off. So whatever bugs remained seem to have taken their leave, as like the bats are like almost like swarming after them to make sure they're gone. And then anyone that's able to kind of pierce the night, which is maybe only Nori that can probably see that far into the dark, you can see like the swarm of bats coalesce, and then there's just a figure falling and you hear a splash down into the cave.
We run, I run.
But yeah, so off you run into the cave, Myr'ra.
Yep.
Anyone else following off Myr'ra?
Yeah, if I sort of start sprinting, I would.
Yeah, if we stay behind Myr'ra, obviously.
I'm not sure what happened. We're sprinting.
Too far from her. After seeing her Hulk. It's like, I thought that one was the tank, but no, this is the tank.
I guess if everyone else is running, I guess Falkwin would keep up, but his instinct is to move slowly but surely towards where Katie is. Presumably Katie has fallen, but not to run blindly.
Yeah, I think you hear Aliben saying perhaps running off into the darkness after the bugs is not advisable. And then, yeah, Lockhart, what are you up to? You running off, you said?
Yeah, Lockheart will stay fairly close behind Myr'ra.
Okay, cool. Nori, as one of the few people here that can see in the dark.
Yes, I'm going to do a gentlemanly thing, and I'm going to help our injured elving maiden, who's standing up. But needs some
I hear you,
so,
3/4 kids. I hear you.
Yes, I'll take it. But hey, and help the injured lassie along.
Yeah, and like obviously, the 3 elven maidens very happy to be assisted by this. Marabella like gives you her space from Dakima, and then she like stands poised with her little slingshot, as if it's okay. I've got us. We're good. Camber's like, are we not going back for the horses? That's all Camberley says. As you run off into the darkness, closer to where like it seems like Katie has fallen.
I think Lockhart might just switch his ring light on.
Yeah, cool.
Just so because especially if the spear light is further behind us.
I'll say that I'm still on fire. So there's a little bit of like. For 10 minutes.
Arguably, Falkwin's still glowing as well. Arguably, like all of his veins looking like vines glowing as well. Unless you're dismissing that damage magic.
I'm not going to dismiss it, but it's probably only got like seconds left at this point, right? It only lasted 2 minutes in the first place.
Yeah. But yeah, you can like run off into the darknesses, big glowing torches that you are, and obviously Lockhart. I don't know why I keep calling you Falkwin tonight. Lockhart. Because my brain goes, speaker, name list. And then Falkwin's always first. But yes, Lockhart, you can turn on the light from the ring. Myr'ra, likewise, you could maybe then be reminded that you also have a ring that has a light on it as well.
A flashlight.
Yeah. And then, you can see that the cave has like two kind of pathways of rock that go up each side, and it's got like that kind of stream of water that goes down the middle. And with the sheer amount of light you've got, you can kind of see like the cave isn't just one big tunnel. There's clearly like cracks and crevices and stuff all the way through this. So there could be like micro tunnels and stuff everywhere, which could have explained where a lot of these bugs maybe came from or go from. Blah blah blah. But yeah, and in the water, slowly, like kind of like, moving back down towards like the mouth of the cave, which is still quite a way away because you've been a couple hours deep into this cave by now. You can see a very soaked and dishevelled looking, body of the Count as it's slowly floating.
Oh, I'd take off my backpack. I'm going to go in and try and get him.
Nice. Do you want to give me a might roll for this as well, to try and wade through the water and then, pull him out? Yep. Is MD helping, Myr'ra?
I will help.
Okay.
As I don't know the difficulty.
Are you trained in any athletic-y things at all that would help this situation, Ignysera?
I don't know.
Because
I'm a strong lady.
Being untrained in physicality means that Myr'ra gets 1 asset towards it, but if you are trained in any level, she gets 2 assets as a bonus. But if you're untrained, or sorry, not untrained, but if you're like hindered in some way physicality-wise, you cannot provide any help.
Would it just be in like skills or something?
Yeah, so it would be something like athletics or even swimming. Do you know what I mean? Anything even like loosely related to that.
Am I close enough to be able to see this?
Yeah. You also have the best eyesight of the group currently. Even with the torches they've all got, you can see in the dark while you're.
I have nothing helpful, but I'm also not hindered.
Correct. Yeah. No, you can still definitely help. It's just the degree of help I was checking as well. No worries. So it's like an asset for Myr'ra.
So I've just put up enable others onto it. This is a physical challenge, yeah?
Yeah, definitely a physical challenge. Yep. Unlike normal help heroes, don't require to use an action, help others, blah blah blah. No. Yep. Cool. Cool. Yep. So you can get another. And you're not physically hindered in any way, are you? Is there any skills? Not you. Sorry, like Nori.
Oh.
So
no.
So no inabilities with anything physical.
No.
Inabilities with persuading.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yes, exactly.
So I probably couldn't persuade him to come out of the water. Okay, so I'm going to use effort, and I've got 2 assets. Doesn't cost anything.
I mean, you.
Okay.
What were you going to say there, Lockhart?
I mean, Lockhart could remind you of a time similar, which would allow you to be trained in lifting bodies out of water.
anyone that ever complains the system isn't player heavy, I will fight. Right, so your roll was 10 plus 9 is a 19, right? So yeah, I think with 19, between Myr'ra, Nori, and Ignysera, you all help drag the Count's body out of the water. Water's about waist height as well at this particular part. Let's just drag them out, and you get them to like the kind of, the side where the raised kind of walkway is, at the right hand side of the cave. These are walking through. His body looks fucked up, really badly fucked up. He doesn't seem to be conscious, and no, he doesn't seem to have a pulse.
What?
Well,
We've never checked if we had one in the first place. Is anyone good at... Oh, I suddenly remember that Noya is here. Can you make sure he's okay?
And then she's like standing at the side of the water looking at, obviously, you guys in there with the glowing and the hissing from the shroud of fire as you've got wading in the water as it's, all the steam's coming up. And she says, I'm a little concerned as to what the effects of my light would do to his body. It looks like it's been through enough. I can try, however, but... And then she gives you a look as if, a slight dread goes across her eyes, and she goes, but I wouldn't like to see what his reaction would be. And then you have that choice that comes up with the pull the right trigger if you want her to have a go at healing him, but pull the left trigger if you're just going to find alternative ways.
I think we'll manage. He wouldn't have done that if he did not think he would be able to recover himself, I suspect.
Marabella cuts you off and says, he's really good at healing. He's like a doctor or something. Also, bless you, Kalli. And then, obviously, pushes Lockheart a bit forward. Excitedly.
You were so good at this.
Yeah.
So, if he is impaired or debilitated, I can give him a shove in the right direction, assuming he's not allergic to Falkwin's repair magic, like healing magic.
I mean, there's only one way to find out, and that would be to test it, because you would have nothing to base that on, would you?
No, but I'm at the very least not a holy person. I'm a celestial.
Well...
person. Wait, is that... no, these are the same thing, right?
Yes. Celestial magic is the... Yep. It's
and
the...
if he's
Obviously for
Helborn,
Falkwin... Well, you don't know what he is. He just seems to have a lot in common with Myr'ra. But from Falkwin's point of view, you're being taught Elven magic, right? Because you know enough about Half-Elven to know that the magic she has taught you seems to be Elven in nature, and it seems to be Elven words of power that seem to be celestial focused, right? Because you've got celestial magic, draconic magic, and you've got sorcery for demons. Those are the three main types of magic. Obviously, Elven magic's all born from the celestial side. So, yes. No worries. And there's a good chance that your magic isn't a million miles away from her, like Noya's, celestial magic. But it depends if you would feel like it was nuanced enough that it wasn't just going to be like beaming him with the sun to heal him.
Yeah. I'm more like telling him, "Oi, you heal up." Like, words of power,
like a drill sergeant on his blood cells, like. Right, man.
Healing light is like, yeah. I think it's more worth a shot for me to do it.
Well, but the thing is, also, this is Sean having this thought process, right? What's Falkwin's thought process in the moment, right? Would you hesitate?
Maybe. I mean, so I feel like Falkwin thinks of his power as different from the Church of Light.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, yeah.
So maybe he's not thinking in terms of, like, celestial or arcane or draconic or whatever. He's just thinking, okay, if she's unsure because she's Church of Light and her magic might be not so nice for him, my magic feels different from that, so maybe it's a bit more worth a try for me to do it.
As that thought solidifies in your head and you go to, like, obviously approach his body, you hear Aliben going, "Is this someone we want to heal?"
You know what? Not particularly, but the others seem to like him. I don't know.
And you can sense the hesitation in her.
Yeah.
And, like, there's that tiny element of, look what he just did.
I don't particularly like or trust him. But we are travelling as a party. And he did just save us, basically. I don't think Ignysera and I could have taken down all of those things in the same way that he did.
I don't deny that he has been useful thus far, but given what we have witnessed of his appetites, yous are useful to him to complete this journey, it seems. If you are willing to take on this liability, then I will not stop you healing him.
So, player agency moment. Falkwin has the opportunity here to not heal KT, but what really are the consequences of that?
If you don't, Lockhart will do something. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
But also, don't think Falkwin can't just heal. Aliben hasn't said you shouldn't heal, just like, is this a wise idea? He might just drink you next, was her concerns, and she needs you to still be functional.
Yes. So, I'm not too worried about Falkwin being in danger here. I don't think Falkwin would be that concerned about Katie in that sense, but also there's a sort of definite general I don't trust this guy feeling.
I think Aliben also adds in, because it makes sense that this would have came in early as well, right? So, in your thought process, heal yourself first.
There's that, yeah.
She would have led with that as her main concern.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
You did get pincered in, like, the stomach or something, do you know what I mean? Like, or whatever the damage looks like. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so I can use my healing roll on myself, and I should do that at some point soon before we move on. But also this repair flesh skill, it doesn't actually let me use it on myself. I can only...
Hey, you could be an impaired or debilitated character at some point, and thus you would be a valid target for it.
I guess, okay, yeah, I can touch myself. That's a terrible way to put that, but okay.
Only when you think about them.
And then the alternate one where I can either immediately move someone up by 1 if they're debilitated or impaired, and then the second ability is it specifies a player character during a rest. So I guess I include myself in that.
Yeah. There's nothing there that says you can't use that on yourself. Yep.
Okay. That's not how I was reading it, but I like this reading better.
That's why it's always good to, like, voice these things as a group, because we won't always necessarily read things correctly, myself included. Do you know what I mean? So I always try and use player brain and GM brain when I look at these things. If I was a player, how do I want this to work? But if I'm GMing, how should the balance of it work? And then usually they argue for a bit, and then we come up with a compromise.
Okay. I'm going to use my action recovery with Repair Flesh then.
Okay.
Wait, can I do that? Because that's 2 actions. But I guess if it's during a rest, then it doesn't matter.
So you're effectively just taking your little bit of time to use whatever the magic is to cast Repair Flesh, then taking your action recovery. And it's like sequential, but it's still there.
Okay.
So I love the idea that the scene is drags Katie out of the water, and you just stand back a bit and like, quickly just use my healing magic. What are we talking about? While everybody looks over KT. Not bad.
Okay, so that's 7 plus 2 is 9.
And remember, recovery rolls don't need to go to one stat. They can be divided between any stat.
They're going to one stat.
That's fine.
I have a particular stat I would like to replenish.
And how does your healing look? How does that look? How does Repair Flesh look as a spell?
I speak some word of power, which I haven't decided what the word is, but it doesn't really matter because it will just translate to some ancient elven phrase, probably.
Gesundheit.
And so if I was using it on someone else, my body would sort of glow, and I would touch them, and the glow would sort of suffuse through their body, and then their healing would be improved. For me, it's the same thing, except it just improves my own healing, I guess. So my body glows golden, and then the glow fades, and I'm a bit healthier.
Yay, quite a bit healthier, yeah. There is a, Aluben approves of this in the top corner, like maintaining yourself, definitely something she's more into than maintaining a potential vampire.
Yeah, makes more sense.
While Falkwin's glowing, in the corner, what's everyone else doing?
I think Lockhart will be kneeling next to KT and is going to do some daft things.
Okay.
Myr'ra will have rummaged through her pack. I have a healing kit, which can provide an asset. So if I'm happy to try and give that to somebody.
Well, so
trying to look at.
First, Lockhart would like to try and understand on KT.
Yep.
To make the next bit easier.
Yep.
So,
yep, that's fine. Yep.
Unknown difficulty, I assume.
Yeah.
I'm going to use 4 efforts to roll.
Okay. Are you going to use Myr'ra's healing kit, or is it not a healing roll that you're doing?
No. I was going to try the understand to then get an asset on the next thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yep, you can try and gain some understanding of KT in his slightly vulnerable state. It's very much understandable.
Okay, I'll think out loud. So, what Lockhart was going to do was try and just do his and then Lockhart was going to take out his knife and draw some blood over KT's mouth.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah.
My thing was just I should get one of these ladies over here.
I'm the opposite opinion with that one. I'm slowing down as I've seen the state of him. Don't want another one to become fit.
Fair, valid. So I take it your roll there is a plus 12, so what's that, 18?
Yeah.
Cool, yep. And what would you like to know from your understand roll? We'll see how far that gets you.
Well, yeah. That's just the it was just to help the next part to see if to give it a better chance of working.
Yeah, no,
I guess
it is that, but also it does come with info, right? Let's flavour these things up a bit. So,
okay, yeah, just being he's breathing it's not going to choke him, or he's not breathing, but it's not going to block his airway or anything.
Well, if you're convinced he's not dead,
yeah,
which is a strong start, then yes, it's unlikely that putting blood in his mouth is going to do anything detrimental. And if what you just witnessed was him draining the blood from someone through some harmless whispers, and it allowed him to do feats such as what you just witnessed, then what can a little more blood do?
Yeah. I guess also maybe even just thinking of a good place for Lockhart to cut. but I'm going to
Yes.
gloss over.
Yeah.
Um,
You can cut yourself in the suitably appropriate place. And then I'll get the infection set in, and then...
What's a little blood magic between friends?
Exactly!
Never goes well.
Totally fine. Totally fine. So yeah, Lockhart pulling his dagger out and everyone going, wait a minute, you had a dagger this whole time and you just spoke at a bug?
It's a very small dagger.
I've heard.
Has it? Ooh.
Wow! I know you give off light, Kalli, but I didn't realise how much shade you also gave off. Hmm.
Do you want me to roll or anything?
Oh yeah. I'm trying to affect someone else.
I'm trying to interact with them to bring them to life socially. What would you like to roll?
It's some attempt at a medicine roll, isn't it? It's some attempt to help him in some way. So yeah. Obviously you're damaging yourself as well, so please do your damage to yourself. You can spend effort on the damage if you want.
So just, yeah, I'll take 2, because that's what the thing does.
Yep.
To my might, I assume.
Yep. But if you want to give him more blood, you just let me know.
And then... I mean, my might can take more than that.
Do I spend a wee effort to damage? Give him 5 blood instead of 2?
Yeah, sure. And then medicine-y and I will do another 4 effort.
Okay.
But this time I get an asset.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Dun 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 dun. Not bad. Not bad. So we're adding 15 to that roll?
Yeah.
So what's that as on?
24.
24.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty good, yeah. So what we see is Myr'ra obviously rummaging through the kit, Lockheart pulling the dagger out, Falkwin glowing to heal up his wounds, Nori taking a couple of steps back out of sheer preservation, and then Lockheart drawing the dagger possibly down your hand or something simple, and holding the hand over, I guess, Katie's mouth. You've cut quite deep just to, get some blood out, and yeah, like Myr'ra looking on in somewhat, I imagine, yeah, like, is it concern, is it wonder, is it some mix of the two? Like, we've never really seen Lockhart act this way before, I guess. And then the drops of blood hit the lips initially, and then we go to break. So, yes, because last couple of sessions we've started so much later that we've not taken breaks, so we'll take a break here, and we'll come back in like 5-10 minutes. Okay, so I'll see you soon, and we'll go on to the break screen, and I will put on the mutes.
Lockhart's just a small knife.
Just a small dagger.
sorry.
Yeah, it's just a small dagger. But yes, hopefully our audio works when it catches up with us.
I can hear you.
Can you hear anyone else?
I can hear me.
That's good enough. Hopefully you're just not hearing you from your own room. But yes. Welcome back to part 2 of part 6 of arc 4 of the Cascade game. This arc is called The Last of the Summer Elves. It's the 23rd of November 2024. I'm Viktor the GM, and here are the players. Falkwin, enunciate.
Oops, there's a Dave. I'm continuing to play Falkwin, who is the mythical speaker who keeps a magic ally. And I have cheese.
Hi, I'm Kalli. I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of...
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker and exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hello, I'm Hannah, and I am still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Nice.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate, who's taken the opportunity to protect some elving. Is
that their verb?
Elving,
They're elving! They're currently elving! Elving around the place.
Yes. Elving with Elvis. Moving on.
I hate
these days I'll get it straight.
I hate that my instinct when you said that though wasn't to make an Elvis reference, it was just to say it's not unusual. And I hate that's where my brain went. Random. But yes. So
You went Tom Jones and I went Elvis.
so odd. So odd. But yes. So anyway, with our combat concluded, for better or worse, we had our speakers take some action. So we obviously dragged Katie's body out of the water after he coalesced back into being somewhat human. Then obviously Falkwin repairing themselves with some magic. Aluben's approval. Having Lockhart and Myr'ra then tending to KT after just Myr'ra seeing Lockhart stare at KT for a long moment and then being like, I also have a healing kit. Lockhart drawing his dagger across his hand, dropping some copious blood into his mouth. And then...
Yeah, bear in mind, Lockhart does not have a lot of might. He probably looks visibly pale now.
Myr'ra's probably holding the healing kit being like, okay, I'm going to need this for Lockhart. Start pulling bandages out.
And yes, as the blood pours into Katie's mouth, a long moment passes. Almost like the kind of, the darkness seems like creeping around the party, and the kind of silence of the cave with only the noise of the water, kind of to break that silence. And all of a sudden, a very loud and quite startling gasp, as a hand immediately snaps up and grabs your wrist, Lockhart. In a very kind of, oh my god, I'm just awake kind of moment from Katie. The two of you, since she's the closest, and probably everybody's paying attention by this point now, but you can kind of see that, the kind of almost tear marks across his body don't seem to be there anymore. His outfit still looks trashed, but for the most part, the wounds seem to have patched themselves up as well. He still looks kinda done, but there's a bit of colour coming back to his face at least. As he then coughs and
that colour is white, but
yes, coughs up what looks like water, and then leans on his side and kind of coughs up and goes, "Oh, how dignified." Did we win?
we made a good show for ourselves.
Kind of gives you his turned obviously on his side towards you, Lockhart, and kind of stares at you for a long moment, Yeah.
Stare right back.
Yeah. Like a long moment. And where do we find ourselves?
Pretty much the same as ever, I think. But more put together.
Kind of goes to try and like chuckle at that, and then just coughs a bit more. I seem to have misplaced my parasol. Perhaps one of you could help me up.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yep. Yeah, between you two, like stand them up. And he kind of pats you twice, Myr'ra. He goes, "Good show back there." Just nods.
Oh, you too.
Yes, apologies everyone for that slightly overt moment, but it looked like we were losing. I just nods to everyone as if, is everyone cool? Like, definitely has someone said the wrong thing at the party? Like,
should we maybe try and find somewhere to rest for a bit?
you're right, I do need to get out of these soaked clothing.
Maybe not right because we're on like the cave's now kind of like narrowed, and there's a river like here.
Yes, I seem to have scared off our scuttling friends, but it's no guarantee they'll be away forever. But it has brought us a brief reprieve by the looks of things.
I'm sure it's raised our spirits no end. And Lockheart will switch the torch off.
Yeah.
Naya's just looking at everyone. Like, in that pinching the bridge of her nose type.
Lockhart might be like, would it be at all... Do you know have anything to do about this?
Are you saying that to Naya? Yeah.
To Naya, yeah.
And she goes, "Oh, you would like me to help you now?" "Yes, I am, of course." And she kind of just as if remembering that she has a job. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh good, It starts with some kind of sarcastic, really, and then leans into, oh actually no, this is my, I can actually do something that feels like I have a point. Yeah, she takes her hand and she says, "Perhaps we should do this away from the Count."
See, you'll excuse me.
He just goes, "Oh, I can assure you I've had my fill for today." And then, you just shuffle off.
Yeah, Myr'ra elbow out.
Yeah.
Help him.
And the Noya casts some celestial magic over your hand, and it's the equivalent of allowing you to spend a recovery's worth of healing.
Ooh. So I just roll a recovery and then use that. Right. Now I did this somewhat wrong last time. It's 1d6 plus
your tier level.
Right.
Unless you have other things that contribute to it, which unless you've bought them, you won't have. And currently Myr'ra is propping up KT rather than summoning Poya the pig.
While this is going on, I think Nori would like to go back into the cave where we had the fight.
Oh, you've not left the cave, you're just further in.
Yeah, well, I just want to go back a little bit, and I want to try and... Obviously, we're looking for materials for Alben to make things.
Yep.
And some +4 armor shielding from some insectoids.
some +4, you see? That's adventurous.
Well, they were a 4, so I'm just saying that. But you know what I mean? I don't know what she can make of it, but I would like to go back and strip off some of the armor from some of the dead creatures and somehow sneakily...
So, You can definitely. You definitely could like skin off some of the kindness plating from these things, or chitness plating again. Dealer's choice on that word, but kindness plating. Take some time, because obviously it doesn't come off of their bodies without a fight. And it's big and heavy. It'd be like trying to like carve off horse saddles, right? So, but if you spent a good amount of time doing it, you could. But it would be a couple of hours going through this stuff, just to try and get it off of their bodies.
Everybody's resting.
Well, it's up to everybody. What is the plan? Also, not bad, Falkwin. Lockhart even.
Lockhart might just do the action as well.
Okay.
I was going to say, I think Myr'ra could also do with a rest, and I can make a little fuzzy creature that will make us all a bit better at resting.
Okay.
So if people want to wait, and then we'll all do it at the same time. I can pop a potional support pet in the...
It's such a good move.
Yeah.
It's such also a long move. Do you want to give them the cliff notes of that then?
So basically, I summon a little cute thing, and if you're in, it eases tests against negative feelings. But if you like pet it or cuddle it or play with it, you get a +1 to recovery. Any recovery rolls made. So I think you could add it to like your action, your 10-minute, or your hour. All three, I assume, from the wording.
Well, all four, really, right? Realistically, as long as you're playing with it as you fall asleep and you're hugging your little emotional support bunny.
True. There's also like a really sad bit at the bottom where like if it gets attacked, we all have like advantage on attacking the thing that attacked it. But that feels like you have to purposely put it in danger, and that feels sad.
I love that. Feel it like that addition though is so weaponizable, isn't it? And it's like, why did you take emotional support pet? Not for the cutesiness, for the battle combat.
No, it's just hugging her. It's being like, no.
I'm going to throw the bunny into combat so that everyone's more encouraged to...
I think that means you all get advantage on you for throwing it.
If I use a level of effort, I can conjure 3 additional animals for each level of effort.
That's
so
so
I can
good.
just create a small army.
That's so good.
Cute things.
So good. Yeah. So essentially, mechanically, while you're taking your action or a 10-minute, depending how long you're hanging around, if you want to hold the animal, you have to be holding it while using your recovery roll. So everybody stagger your recovery rolls.
Yeah, it's a bit like Ditto, where kind of when whoever's holding it, whatever they would find the cutest, is what the little like black inky blob turns into.
Nice. So it's like a Rorschach kind of thing.
Yeah.
I love that.
Like a suit, you know, those little suit from
from Ghibli.
Eyes.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, and now I'm up.
Nice. It's another one that has those pronunciations where some people say Ghibli and other people say Ghibli. Chitin.
Ghibli.
Ghibli is how I would say, yeah.
Studio giblets.
Yeah. Because soft get at the start of a word. No. Yeah. Ghibli.
Giraffe's like the only real excuse there.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that supports GIF as a statement. It's the only thing that supports it, in my opinion, and it's still wrong. It's GIF. If Tolkien taught me anything, everything's a hard G or C.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
is everyone getting a hold of the ink blob pet and doing some recovery rolls?
I mean, even if it's just for the action, it's one.
Yeah, I think I'm on my 10-minute anyway. So I will roll.
So,
It's +1.
in theory,
Roll.
I can give everyone a +2 with Repair Flesh because it only costs 3, so my edge makes that free.
You gonna take the time to go around everyone and do that?
Might as well.
Okay. The only downside is it just means the rest takes longer, but that doesn't seem to be. I mean, you would probably rather be healed.
If we are going to wait,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
will
so
have to do my hour.
yeah, so repair flesh is only an action. So if we're doing a 10-minute rest, then that's
Yep.
hardly a drop in the bucket. Right?
Yeah, I probably do a second.
Okay.
Yes.
So if that's the case, everyone can add 2 from Falkwin making you glow.
So does that mean we get 3 extra?
If you're willing to let Falkwin cast magic on you by screaming like Skyrim at you and making you glow, while you hold an ink pet that's going to shape into whatever you think is cute in your hands. It's a very revealing therapy session you're having right now.
It's like a combination of scream therapy and cuddle therapy.
Yep.
So it's +1 from the bunnies.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay. That's not terrible.
Nice, I've got some nice little buffs to your recovery rolls as well as a group.
Oh, I think we had that time when we fought the Farron and then it all took us 4 days to recover. We were like, maybe we should
Lockhart.
get better at recovering.
2d3 plus 3, what's happening? What shenanigans have you done? Have you dropped your knife on your foot?
Press the recovery button. There's a button there for recovery. It's at the top.
Just Lockhart things.
Well,
There you go.
yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't do the So yeah, no, it doesn't do the +3 for your level.
You put it in
you
the
put in
big
3?
circle.
Yeah, if. Clearly, I hadn't. So just typing it out was going to be easier.
Oh,
So 2d6
you were on
plus 6.
Roll20 so early today as well. You could have updated your sheet to reflect that.
I was
Hard
concerned that he was going to roll it.
Okay.
So I just thought it was easier and simpler just to write out the equation. Which I stand by.
Oh dear.
Do I need to roll anything for skinning insects?
We'll get to that in a second, because I'm assuming... Are you doing any recovery rolls with the gang?
I've just done the one for my action, but I get that kind of free anyway for my...
So, it's not that it's free, it means that you get... Have you used your action recovery already so far, to this day?
Yes.
Okay, so you've now used your 10-minute one as well, is what that means.
Yeah.
Cool, perfect. It's just that you can do it quicker than everybody else, because you're Nori, and you recover quickly. But yes, well, they're all like taking, I guess, an hour. At least it seems that they're doing. You okay there?
Wait, I only used my 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use my 10-minute one.
Myr'ra? Did
One
you only
action,
use 10?
10-minute.
I did only use my 10 minutes. If we are willing to wait an hour, I will also roll my hour. But I am happy to
So
wait.
currently you have, obviously, Myr'ra eager to get a longer rest in. You've got KT very happy to sit down, and Dakima very happy to sit down. Noya's eager to push on somewhere that they could maybe set up a camp that isn't just in the main cave tunnel, because this isn't a very safe place to hang around. Those things could get angry and just come straight back. Seems less likely since 10 minutes have passed and it seems to be okay so far though. But that does mean you would need to press on to find somewhere, maybe one of these offshoots, to try and set up a camp. Just to get maybe an hour rest in, or longer, depending on how long you want to go in, because keep in mind it is night time. Just depends how long you want to press on. So what's the party vibes so far? Because Nori wants to go back and like start cutting up some stuff for parts, but maybe you need to have a conversation as characters to actually start sharing some of this information and intention and see what makes the best plan going forward.
How are we all feeling?
I feel refreshed and ready to move on.
I think we should probably move a bit further. Find somewhere to rest properly. I kind of look at Takima and Katie like, these two need to sleep.
Katie,
Okay, I'll lead the way, and we'll find somewhere else a bit more secure. Maybe with only one entrance.
Katie makes a gesture as a reply, like almost as to say, "Oh, don't fuss about me," but kind of like gives up halfway through it.
Certainly.
Katie, maybe want more break.
It's more a case of don't worry about me, but then go, no, actually, maybe worry about me. Like,
Maybe worry a little bit.
Which reading between the lines, I think he maybe wants more break.
Yeah, 100%. But that is what you're talking about, moving to a more secure place to get a proper break, really. So, not a bad plan. So, who's scouting ahead, Nori?
Strange, that, isn't it?
Are you going to talk about wanting to cut up those bugs, though, or are you going to leave that as a Nori only thing?
Well, no, I'm going to mention it, but I'm going to try and be kind of secretive about it, because it's not my place to mention Half-Elven. So,
well, you could take Falkwin to the side if you wanted, while everyone's like hugging the bunnies. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Waiting on your turn.
Yeah. Falkwin, do you think Half-Elven could make anything from their armor? I know. I have a set of tools. If we sneak that in with her and some of the scales from the insects, maybe.
I'm sure she'd be happy to experiment on them. Alu, what do you think? I mean, so I can't materialize Half-Elven right now because she's in her hour break after giving me that buff. But I can ask her what she thinks.
Yeah. She says, I'm unsure about the effectiveness of any armor I could produce. However, if you get me enough of their biology, perhaps there's something alchemical I could do with them.
So she says.
To you, she says. Falkwin has to translate that.
Yes, that's why
I press the Falkwin says everything Half-Elven says button.
Yes, yeah. For quickness, just yes. So she says.
So a full.
We're getting some feedback, Sean, from your mic. Just FYI.
Sorry. I had to put my headphones on charge. I can go get them back.
Or push to talk, whatever works.
I'm using that. It's just while I'm holding it.
Okay. Sorry, go for it, Nori.
So she needs 1 or 2 full insects?
I interpreted this as just sort of blood, eyeballs, maybe a few scales here and there, that sorts of thing. Things that you can crush up and put in a potion rather than like the entire carcass.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to come with me, or shall we?
Sure. Yeah.
So I'm right to you.
No, I'll join you.
She also asks for 2 of their pincers.
Okay. So we need some of those. Let's go cut up some bugs. How far behind us are the bugs? Have we moved much past them?
I think they're probably 5-10 minutes just back the way, and also kind of scattered throughout. So yeah, you only really have to go back 5-10 minutes, and Noya could start moving everyone forward if he's wanted that. But obviously they don't want to move too far forward without Nori actually scouting out like a safe place to rest up. Likewise, Nori could lead everyone to that location and then come back and get that stuff with Falkwin.
So I can finally use this cipher that I've been sitting on for a while to scout ahead while allowing Nori and I to go backwards. So this is my Infiltrator. It is a small thing which I can launch up to 500 feet per level. So what's that? Level 6. So 3,000 feet ahead of me, scanning an area in a 15-foot radius per level. Hang on, no, 50 foot. So 300-foot radius per level. So it's going to scan the entire cave basically for what would that be, like nearly a kilometre, like 600 metres, and give us back sort of information on the layout, any creatures that are nearby, and it can transmit that back to me.
Yeah.
So that's a start. I think Nori could, with more time, scout further and better, but
it would at least give you an easy indication of where a good resting place might be.
Yep, so I'll do that. I'll launch this.
What does it look like?
I should have thought about this. The description makes it sound quite techy, but no, it's not. Let's say it's a little sort of spindly scarab looking thing, like a little golden insect. How appropriate, with emerald wings. Yeah, golden insect, emerald wings. It's got a kind of Alubin flavoured glow about it. Maybe, yeah, she was probably involved in its creation somehow.
Maybe one of the first things that he's made together. Who knows? So, you activate this scarab. It like zooms off in front of everyone into the darkness. This little kind of like golden glow. Off it goes. And yeah. Do you tell anyone what you are both off to go do, considering Nori isn't scouting ahead and you've just launched a scarab into the darkness?
Yeah, so I'll tell the group I have this thing. I'm going to use it to do this, so that we can find a place to all head towards, and then while you're all heading towards the presumably safe place that it will presumably find, Nori and I are going to double back and harvest some alchemical supplies from the corpses of the bugs.
Katie just says, ew.
I can get you some blood from them if you need a snack.
Can I raise an eyebrow? Why would I need that?
Well, oh, of course, because he still has his elves. I just sort of wink and stick my tongue out at him.
He looks a wee bit offended, but he also just looks really fucking tired, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah. Maybe that was an asshole thing to do. I'm kind of punching down on the exhausted guy, but I don't think Falkwin particularly cares.
Valid. Alright, do you get any thoughts they want to share to the two that are going to double back, or even go with them, or what's the plan?
The only thing I would do is just check with them. It's like if they say, "Do you want any other assistance, or are you okay by yourselves?" There's lots of bugs in here.
I'll keep Falkwin safe.
Nori, you should still be able to. I think
Yes.
at you. Looking ahead.
Noya says, yes, because splitting up is the perfect thing to do after being attacked.
We won't be long. This is important.
For this world, or playing with your
No,
bugs?
for me. For us. For my partner.
You can tell that, that's almost an attempt at some kind of humour, more to herself than anything else, that kind of comment that she makes, because there's not any kind of spite or anything in the, long for this world. It's more just a case of her being like, just get through the day. Yeah. I mean, arguably her and Serethin would just have been so professional going through this cave, just so quiet, business focused.
They'd already be there.
Maybe not quite that quick, but yeah. They probably are quicker travelling without an entourage. But yes, so bug thing goes away off. The only downside to this plan is you'll need to relay information to the party somehow.
Yes. Plan is...
To me, to Myr'ra.
Oh, okay, that works too. My plan was to have it finish its scouting, reach its sort of max distance, then communicate to them what I learned from that and where they should go and so on, and then we split up.
Okay. You can do that if you would prefer, like, basically hang fire, let that go and scout, because arguably you could have sent this scout out as you started your rest.
Could have done that too.
Mm-hmm. Just to, like, jimmy up the timeline a little bit. So, we can do that, and then obviously can head off. So you can just essentially say that you've found some kind of location that looks like, it's maybe not ideal, it's maybe got, you know, more entrances than you would like, but it's at least the place that looks out of the options you've got the safest to guard. It might only require setting 2 people to post rather than a lot more. But that's quite a bit ahead, but you guys are going to take a couple hours minimum anyway, collecting bits. Well, maybe less. If you're not cutting off the entire armour plating of these things, it's maybe only an hour's worth of work rather than a couple.
Siphon some blood, saw off some pincers.
Sorry.
What was that, Kalli?
I just said scoop out some smushy bits.
Yeah.
And obviously I'm going for the one that Ignysera did chop in half. So there's a bit more access there.
I mean, keep in mind you did also like pierce through their armour plating with a couple of arrows as well. Do you know what I mean? There's one that's just got its entire side torn apart by spectral ravens. Do you know what I mean? There's many that have been scattered about in various parts due to razor bats. So, like...
So it might just be scavenging rather than chopping and cutting in.
Yeah, just depends what you're after. Right, do you two... I'm assuming you will help each other in this regard. So you just want to give me a roll for like trying to salvage good bits, which is an intellect roll, because you have to assess what you're trying to like piece together.
I'm going to go with that first of all.
I was also gonna... Okay, so how does this work? Because Ali Ben presumably knows exactly what's interesting and what she's looking for. And I would say that collecting alchemical ingredients is included in the alchemy skill.
But you've also burnt her out for an hour, haven't you?
I can't manifest her, but I can still talk to her. She's not asleep, you know.
Okay. So do you want to paste in your thing for that? Because then it will give us a better idea of what she can and can't do.
Yes. It just says, afterward, it must retreat to its bound object to rest for 1 hour.
Yeah, so you can't use her for an hour.
Okay.
That's the easiest way to interpret that.
Okay. Fair enough. But this is a good way to kill an hour, so once we get to our next combat, then that'll be recovered.
I mean, keep in mind as well, like a lot of her magic that she's like sharing with you is her like giving up, it's effectively in the narrative her essence, right?
Right, so the thing where she gives me a buff to my rolls on things is not on the same level as her just telling me what she wants. It's her like actually rendering magical assistance.
Well, in the fiction of that move, it's her granting that wish of yours for that buff.
Yes, yeah, for the minor wish, but for the for like using her skillfulness, you know, using her alchemy skill.
Yeah, well, if you can't use her, you can't use her skill.
Sure. Right.
It's like having a follower who's unconscious. That is what you have.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine.
Perfect.
I wonder if magic training is useful here. Trained in the basics of magic, magic artifacts and ciphers, can identify and understand its properties. Does that count for identifying and understanding sort of which parts of the bugs might be useful to Aluben, which parts of them might be in the densest magic? Okay, so...
Doesn't give you the exact level of alchemical knowledge, but it would give you enough to go, this probably would be better in a potion than this other piece. This is probably more mundane, non-reactive, blah blah blah.
Okay, so I will give myself trained for that.
Nori, are you helping?
Is that an asset?
1 second. Nori, are you helping?
Yeah, through enable others. Yes.
Cool.
Okay, so I rolled that without choosing asset. So,
but you should have used an asset because he gave you an asset.
Aha, so I should have had 2 assets on it.
What else was giving an asset?
Okay, no.
Trained.
That's not an asset.
Ah, how does trained work?
Well, it's effectively reducing the difficulty by 1. Okay, which the asset does the same job of, but knowing where the sources of these things come from, because everything has limits of how many can be effective at once.
Right.
So this is a +6, effectively, is what I'm gathering. Because 1 from the training and 3 from the training, 3 from the asset. So it's a 9. So that beats a difficulty 3. Okay, so you can effectively write that you have collected level 3 reagent for Aluben.
Cool. Do we know the species of these things? Do we have a word to put to that?
No.
On bugs.
I mean, you can call it you could call them a cave crawler if you really wanted to give them a name, right? And then you could just say that you've got a level 3 reagent from a cave crawler. But given the state of a lot of them that are burnt through or torn apart, there's very little you can glean from them that might be useful, hence why you've only got so much of it, without trying to pour through a lot of the ones that fell in the water and get washed down the stream as well. The other thing as well is you'll also need to give a roll to try and acquire 2 pincers.
Separately.
That's up to you, because you did not do well enough there to get pincers. So.
Nori, do you want to give it a go?
Yeah. Difficulty unknown. We'll use effort.
Cool. This will be a might task, by the way.
Might,
because it's you hacking off pincers, not assessing if they're useful or not.
Yeah.
Hence why Falkwin is not attempting.
Submit, difficulty unknown.
Destination
I'm going to use all my
unknown.
effort. I'm going to use 3 effort. Asset 0, cost 0. Wow.
It's a lot of might to burn through as well. So that is 9, 10, 11. It's an 11 roll? Yeah.
11.
Okay.
And I've got an edge in might, so that brings it down by 1, so that's 6.
Yep, the cost's there. Yep, so 7 plus 0 minus 1 equals 6. Yep. But yes, this takes you guys longer than you expected to try and hack these things off. Like, you can tell that, like, as you're cutting through it with, I guess, your dagger, or is that a dagger you use?
That would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would
like,
be the dagger, yeah.
You can already feel your dagger getting blunted, trying to get through their skin. You can tell their skin definitely has, like, this natural resistant quality to it. Hence why you've been quite impressed at the shots you got into it's like under its plating. So you like eventually get your dagger through the horrible scraping noises of the dagger on the chitin. You manage to get it, but it's probably taken like, you know, the better part of another hour for you guys to like hack off some like intact looking pincers that are about a foot long each.
Right.
But I mean, I think Falkwin at least definitely seen these things like stab right into the stone ground, so very sharp. He's piling everything into a
between
bin.
that, yeah, and my bag of tools.
I'm going to give that. Cool.
Are the pincers part of that level 3 reagent, or are they separate?
Separate. Just a nice gift for her to wake up to, effectively.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she is conscious, I'm still willing for her to interact. There might be times where she burns herself out that much she's unconscious, but not this occasion. But yes. And to be fair, by the time you're finished that, she does seem to be more interactive, let's face it, because she's had her rest.
Yes.
Which is good. The other team, you have found this location that you've been roughly guided to, but it was not the first crack you've come to, not the second crack you've come to, not the third, the fifth one on the right, and then it should have, a small fork in it, blah blah. The weirdest description ever of whatever the probe has scanned, and you've found this kind of slight clearing. Who's going first? Like, who's leading the little group out of this lot? Because Noya's obviously helping our injured people at the back. Like the good soldier she is, and also not stealing the limelight from the party.
Maybe.
Probably.
Yeah. I say Myr'ra would be with you, but yeah.
Yeah, and you could have your light on if you wanted as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put my ring light on.
Just makes you sound like TikTokers, doesn't it, with your ring lights?
It makes everyone's skin look great.
As you work your way into the kind of cave, I guess the cave within a cave, I guess the offshoot, the antechamber. You get there and there is a couple of dead bodies.
Oh.
There's clearly a long since depleted fire pit. Yeah.
Great. Okay, everybody take a step back. I'm going to scan the area.
Okay.
To try and get how long they've been dead and what killed them.
Okay, so the first body probably that's closest to you, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's practiced enough. Why are these things so little? Can I zoom in? Nope.
But that's also the reason why Myr'ra is so robust, is practiced in armour.
Yes.
That may become useful if they turn out to be undead bodies.
Okay, that's free because of edge. And then I roll for scan?
Yeah.
I roll an intellect.
Yep.
Because
remember,
I'm trained in magic law.
Yep. I mean,
okay,
it depends if you think that or if you think medicine would help more if you're trying to learn how they died.
Law of the underworld? No.
We're under someone's world.
So true. None of that was what I was trying to do. Oh, good lord. Okay. It's just a straight intellect roll then.
Yes.
Okay. I shall use... I don't know the difficulty. I'm going to use 2 effort.
Big spenders, I like it.
Don't have an asset. I'm going to put in 2 for cost because I can't click on scan to just do scan. Okay. Not terrible, not great.
Okay, so we're adding 6 to that, yeah. So, as your scan goes over the body that's closest, and you wanted cause of death?
Yes.
Massive allergic reaction.
Ooh. Not being stabbed to the heart 2 times. Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Well, this person died from anaphylactic shock. Does anyone have any known allergies? Can I tell what they were allergic to?
His camera cuts to KT with his hand up, obviously.
Yeah.
Is the heart piercer's knife actually kept with a peanut?
Oh, no.
The peanut killer!
Spontaneous shellfish allergies.
I'm not here, so this is Sean's metagaming voice. I wonder whether it would be possible to tell the difference between an allergic reaction and a deliberate poisoning. Like in theory, there could be some poisons that cause those symptoms.
So obviously the information I'm going to give Hannah when she scans things is directly tied to how well she rolls as well. But
yes,
if she'd scanned a body that was poisoned, I would have said poisoned. If she scanned a body but that all depends on how well masked these things may have been. Is the body even there? Ooh, GM vagueness.
You don't know the level of the floor.
You don't know the level of the floor.
That drives me mad. Okay, probably without scan then. I'm not going to touch the body.
Okay.
Can I look at the other bodies?
Yeah. So there's 3 bodies.
Do they look
right?
similar? Do they
So
look like they died in a similar fashion?
So, as you've walked into like the mouth of the offshoot, that body looks like it's been heading out and it's collapsed forward towards you guys, right? There's another body that looks like it's not far, just at the other side of the corridor. Same kind of positioning. There is one near the burnt out campfire, long since burnt out campfire, no glows or embers or nothing, definitely long ago. And that just seems like hunched over, but like fetal position-esque near the campfire. Yeah.
I look at the rest of the group. What I can scan again. I can scan the other 2. I just might not do it as well. If I do it really badly, I might turn into a crow. So okay. I'm gonna.
Noya, the maidens, and KT have decided to wait at the mouth of this place, out the way, until you two have investigated thoroughly. Where is Lockhart going? In with those 2, or staying out with the others?
I mean, someone has to protect the others. Probably with Myr'ra and
with the party that you're so part of.
Yeah. Well, clearly these 2 are the damage sponges now. If KT's used up.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe we don't touch anything until. Okay. I'm going to leave the one that looks like it died in a similar fashion. Or at least it's like fallen in a similar way. And I'm going to try and edge round so I can get the hunched over one.
And the 2 of you could walk side by side to get in here. Like, is there enough room for that? It's just stepping around the bodies.
Yeah. Okay. I shall try. Scan again.
So you're going to scan the fetal position one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Difficulty still unknown. Let's hope we get to rest after this. I will again use 2 levels of effort. I don't have an asset. It costs 2 because it's scan. Okay. Solidly mid.
Okay, but it's higher than the last one, right? So what we're looking at there, 50?
Yeah.
Not bad. So, what would you like to know? Same question?
Yeah, how did they die?
Would you like the cheeky option to spend another level of effort?
Yes.
Keep in mind, it's only 2 more, remember, because it would have been
Yeah.
on top of the others. So.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Cool. So,
Okay.
with that slightly deeper scan, this person also died from a massive allergic reaction. And they seem to be clutching something of massive magical energy.
Ow! Okay.
Ta-da!
Okay.
The epiphany! I wish we all had that, but it was all randomized reactions. So sometimes we would just get bats.
That would be so cool. I should figure out how to do that. There must be a way.
Like-
Yeah, I don't want to try it in case it's something.
But yes, so massive allergic reaction, and they seem to be, whatever their fetal positioning, seems to be magic in origin.
Oh God, what if they were allergic to the magic thing? Do they seem to have any other, like, can I tell how? Did they ingest something? Did they touch something?
If you want to do like a
Can I tell
medicine
those-
roll over them, like to actually like to get hands on them, as it were, you can do to try and inspect.
Okay. I look at Ignysera and say, So, allergic reactions. Not sure how. This one seems to be holding something really magical.
Well, perhaps they're allergic to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. Or someone tried to take it off them and made them allergic. Okay. Maybe I'm gonna fish through my bag and try and find some way to like I've got a tea kit. Like I'll have little tongs to like take tea out.
Maybe we can pick it up.
Mhm.
Yeah. Try and get something so I'm not gonna make contact, like hand to hand contact.
Okay.
But I wanna try and I go for magic-y thing.
So you want to try and like get them out of the fetal position and get to whatever it is they're clutching?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you want to give me a roll for this? I think it's dealer's choice to what stat you want to use, because I think that depends on your approach to the situation, doesn't it? Like deft hands with speed, slightly more vigorous grip with might, or incredibly cautious approach with intellect. It's entirely up to you what one you want to use here, but probably more of a might or a speed realistically.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try with might.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know the difficulty.
I'm just getting our like arcs roll
One
quota in
level
this
of
session, that's all.
Are my tongs an asset?
No, but they might be like helping against any consequences you're concerned about that may or may not exist. Vagueness.
Okay, terrible. Not a 1.
So, 5? Is that
Yep.
you're old a 5. Okay.
Stop them over.
Yeah, it's not very delicate. You roll this guy over, he seems to have like pincered himself in a bit that way, like with the fetal position. Seems to be clutching what looks like a jar that you can't get out of his hands.
Okay. Cool. Okay, well, I'm looking at Ignysera like, do you have any ideas?
You could just like take the jar out of his hands if you really wanted, Ignysera. Like it's not. Why so concerned? It's a guy holding a jar that died from an allergic reaction.
Why? Why did they all die of allergic reactions? That's weird.
It's weird.
What's in the jar?
Maybe they were allergic to fire and they didn't know.
See what's in the jar at all? Or is
They
it
didn't
just-
have proper ventilation, that's what it was, and they all took allergic reactions to CO2.
This is a weird digression, but you know how teleporting gives you kind of radiation sickness? You could be a really scummy attacker and cast magic that teleports the enemy exactly 1 centimetre to the left, and then just spam that on them, and they'd eventually just puke their brains out.
The downside to that though is it would also burn through you with the same magic.
Okay, that makes more sense, yeah.
It's okay, I thought of ways to not bullshit that system, so don't worry. Which is good, because it means I'm limiting my bad guys from doing that to you guys.
So where this thought came from was, what if there's just something in the jar that's just teleporting around inside the jar, like some sort of hunk of uranium for this world? Just a thought. Probably not true.
Well, Lockhart and Ignysera, Myr'ra has turned over this dead guy's body. He seems to be clutching a glass jar in his death grip. What's the plan?
I mean, Lockhart was quite curious to see if just could tell how long fire had been like out.
There's no way to tell other than it's definitely not been a recent thing because it's as cold as the stone around it.
Okay, it's just no, that's fine.
Yep. There's no embers. There's no nothing. It's definitely long since gone.
Right. then yeah, I guess try to have a look at the jar.
You want to get close to the jar.
Sorry?
You want to get close to the jar to have a look at it. Through his hand grip, yeah?
Yeah. I think similarly taking approach not to touch anything, but would basically just try and read, see if there's anything on it, or just see if I can, if I can see into it at all.
So like ring on, close up, try and see what you can see.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you want to give me a perception roll? Which is just intellect. Failing anything else. Three effort on that as well.
Yeah, well, it only costs 2. So.
Yeah, but dear gods.
Nice. Much better roll.
So you said it only cost 2. Did you have a 5 edge?
Yes.
Dear gods. Dear gods. Keep in mind, this is the guy that can erase minds.
How does an edge get that high by tier 3?
Because you start speaker get the thing with start with 2, and then at level 3 you get 1 extra, and then the other 2 that you get through the progression.
Yeah.
Do all speakers get that?
You have to pick it.
I think you pick it.
Lockhart has stacked discount essentially.
Oh, good.
It was something I was worried about because I did my tier 3 level up, and then we had a bit of a time off. But then I had to relook just because I was like 5 seems very high, and yeah, no, it did check out.
Yeah, there's certain types have abilities at the start that let you have edge if you've got nothing in it, and then when you can get level ups in edge, they just stack on top. So where normally people would have a 1 in there, you can sneakily get a 2 if you've taken that hit on a special ability selection from leveling up. So yeah, as I said, the system can allow you to get some really nice builds if you're willing to sacrifice a lot elsewhere. As I said, I managed to get a teleporting dimensions demon summoning armored tank wizard, but he also only had 2 skills. It was, is it machinery or is it magic? If it's not that, don't talk to me. So yeah, I am not the most social character, but just jump worlds and make new friends. But yes, so Lockhart.
So that's 14 plus 12. So
plus 9.
Plus 9. Sorry, yes, plus 9.
Cool. I was like, is my math broken? No, plus 9. Cool. So what's that? 23.
23.
Yeah. So as you get closer to the jar in the vice grip of the hands, before you even get to properly look in, you can already see the thing that's hitting off the glass because of the light. It looks like there's a bumblebee inside.
Okay. There appears to be some sort of bee-like insect in the jar. Anyone?
A bee.
One would imagine, but never seen a bee cause this much carnage.
Also, how did they get it in the jar?
Carefully, I think.
Okay. Myr'ra just looks tired.
Why is it in the jar? They're dead.
Maybe they only got 1 of them in the jar.
No. There's a lot of bees around now. Oh.
We listen for bees.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know of any particularly magical, deadly subterranean bees, do you?
You definitely don't. Even with your 23 perception. This thing just looks like it's hitting off the glass.
I would also... I definitely know it's magical, though, because I got a big... Okay, so I'm just going to point out that normal bees would definitely have died by now for the amount of time that fire's been out. So magical bee.
Right. Likely think it... I mean, it's in a jar. Do you think the magic would permeate through it?
I would hope not. But I don't know.
Then maybe you can just take the jar.
I don't.
If you want to take the jar, I've got a slightly gruesome way of doing it.
You take its hands?
Yeah, got the hands.
Yeah, I'm on board with that.
Yeah.
Yep. Perhaps our
Joined up with. They're okay
And then
with
when
this.
the person who's good at magical artifacts shows up, they can look at
yeah,
it.
yes.
Yeah.
Why touch it at all?
It's so funny.
Second question, before we cut off this person's hand. Do we want to stay here? This feels like maybe not an ideal place to stay. But also tired.
Happened, yeah.
Was this where Falkwin's thing
Yes.
was? Okay.
This was the most suitable site for a camp. That's what the scarab said.
Yep. So
Oh, it's kind of got a
theory,
fire.
in theory, the scarab was also supposed to point out strong magic.
Yep.
Do both.
Yeah.
So clearly someone else thought this was the right place to camp. And just, I'm not sure it went all that well for them. I think we can give it a go, but
at the edge of this space and rest for an hour while we
We're only
wait
staying for an hour, aren't we? So
for Falkwin and
I don't
Nori.
need a rest, so I'll keep watch for all the good that will do.
So, there is stuff in addition to just 3 bodies and a fire pit.
stuff.
Like, they had bags.
we go through their bag.
I assumed as much.
This is the sort of thing I would get Nori to do.
So, there are 4 bags.
For fuck's sake.
4 bags, 3 bodies, 1 bee!
We just need 2 of something. Okay. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Why did that person release the bee? Had the other bee, but we don't know if it exists. Or that person's allergic reaction was to become a murderer who stabs people through the heart twice.
It's within the realms of possibility.
Magic is weird. Can we look through the bags of there? I don't know. People don't carry identifying documents. Can I look for any letters, like missives of where they were going?
I mean, technically, you do carry identifying documents because Ignysera has something that says, what family she's from. Lockhart has signet rings and stuff that says what office he's from and his official ID to say, by the way, I can throw my weight around here. You have your wizard license.
So true.
These are the 3 most identified people.
Maybe these people are also.
Okay.
Chat. Let's go through bag.
Okay. So, there seems to be bags near each body and one on its own. So which bag do you want to go through first?
The one on
I think Myr'ra should go through the one on its own.
Yep, I will go through the one on its own.
Oh dear. So yeah, is everybody just watching pensively? Myr'ra?
Yeah, I'm just
You just hear
I don't want to take my eyes off of what's going on.
the faint buzz of this bee hitting off the glass because it's like, there's people around and there's a light source. But yeah, you start to unbuckle the pack, and inside there looks like there's, very similarly to yourself, some writing supplies, a dried up inkwell, there is a journal, and some some travel supplies that looks like some wrapped up tack food that's I mean, if you were starving you'd maybe give it a go, but it's
Again, indicating this has been quite a long time ago. Maybe. Who knows? I take out the journal.
Yep. It looks like a fairly expensively bound journal. but it looks like it's been made physically by it. Like it's not like a professional book you'd buy from a shop. It looks like someone's a bit homebrew-esque. On the front of it, it says a Journal of Hexam.
Do I recognise the name?
You could roll if you wanted.
I look at Lockhart. I say the name. Do you recognise the name?
Lockheart will roll.
I can help because I feel like between us,
Just massage his brain to.
we can both.
These would be
thinking of
depending on
what.
what, like, if you're trying to like pull history from places, it would need to be political and, I guess, magical. So there'd be different roles.
Okay. Fair.
Unless Lockhart did some stint at the Arcanatrix that he never mentioned to anyone.
What do you think? You learned how to read minds? All natural. Yeah, I guess it would. Yeah, it would be. Would that just be a regular roll? And if it is something, law related, it gets eased by you, or
I can do all the math. Don't worry. You just need to roll intellect.
Can I roll with magic law?
Yes, you
If
can.
I'm thinking about magic
You
law.
can.
Okay.
You could also roll with underworld lore if you wanted.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's so true because we're in caves that refugees from Caldera come from. Okay.
It's
I'm
up
going
to
to
you.
go back and roll with Lore of the Underworld.
Nice.
I'll roll with knowledge of the law.
No. No. I don't know why I'm finding it so hard today.
That's
I'm
okay.
slightly
Hey,
desperate.
it's also just because we've done so many more rolls than normal in a session. We're getting our...
haven't.
Yeah.
So true. Okay. So many things to do.
Okay. What are my final numbers to save me doing all the math here?
If it's law related, then it would be 18. If it's not law related, then the trained goes away, and it would be 15 for me.
Okay.
Yes. So if it is Underworld related, it beats a level 4, which is a...
That's fine. Yep.
Yeah. And if it's not, it beats a level 2.
Okay.
So 6 and 12 are the other numbers.
Excellent. Thank you. So, Myr'ra doesn't seem to ring any bells. Not at all. Like, there may have been another wizard called Hexam at some point down the line. It's hard to say. But again, not a name that you're necessarily familiar with, but their wizards come from literally all over the continent, and occasionally guests from the other continent. So, it's hard to say. Lockhart, it's not a name that's ever, like, come up on your radar at all. Like, you can say, like, for certain, like, Hexam's not a name that you're particularly familiar with at all. So, it doesn't seem like it's someone that's at least crossed the authorities of Denk.
Okay. I shall open the journal.
Okay, the first page says, if lost, please return to, Wizard Posy Hexam.
Okay. Cool. But they were a wizard.
And it has the return address of the Arcanatrix on it.
Amazing. I think Myr'ra's too tired to try and use her brain again. She's going to keep open. She's going to keep reading and hope the answers are in the journal rather than in her own brain.
Skim ahead to the pictures.
Yeah, that kind of middle, those middle sections you get in books with photographs.
The fold out parchment. But yeah, so as you scan through, it just looks like, Myr'ra probably has one, Falkwin probably has a journal as well. Like, these are just the things you note down for your own studies, right? This person's, clearly quite a very eloquent writer, but they're obviously they always write seemingly in a rush, by the looks of it. Because the thoughts are very shorthand thoughts. So it's not that the writing's necessarily bad, it's quick, but it's readable and quite elegant. Probably indicates that it's probably more feminine writing than masculine writing. That's hard to gauge based on that. Posy is probably more of a feminine name. Again, hard to gauge. But the the writing's mostly just exactly what you'd expect to see in your own journal, or, Falkwin, again, similarly, even though you're not here. But at some point you will probably look at this book unless they all die to an allergic reaction. So
I'm scared of this bee.
But as you're kind of scanning through the thing, a lot of the stuff seems to be about prolonging life
Okay.
with magic.
That's
And
a
in this world, that is a problematic thing to be doing.
Probably why you found this person's journal in a cave. So yes, there is like obviously Ignysera said, go to the last page. The journal entries are about this group of people getting themselves some supplies and sneaking through these this cave system that they've heard about, that they're going to try and use to their own benefit to try and get into Caldera to try and further, Hexam's current thought process, their studies. But that's you skim reading it. If you wanted anything more detailed, like is there anything about a bee in a jar, then maybe you'd need to roll on that.
It's not a glossary in the back.
No, sadly not.
Are the entries dated?
Yeah. And it's
When is the last?
3 weeks ago, give or take.
God, that's so much more recent than I was expecting. Okay. So, possibly also a wizard obsessed with prolonging life on the loose in the tunnels, along with the murderer that stabs people through the heart, and those bugs, and general cave issues.
Wizards.
Myr'ra looks offended, but then also kind of goes, yeah, fair.
Says Lockhart. Just done some casual blood magic and ensorcelled a fucking bug's mind.
Okay. Well, do we want... This feels like a weird place to rest now. Do we check the other bags?
Yes, keep going, go for it.
Yeah.
Doing a great job.
Sarah takes a moment to be like, I'm not in your department. And then goes, yeah, fair enough. I'm going to go open the other bag.
Do you put the book back? Do you keep the book? What?
No, I keep the book.
Okay.
The book is mine now.
Okay.
Flash Falkwin. Falkwin gets it.
The bee starts hitting off the glass much quicker.
Oh, when the book gets closer,
Just like
I
you
take the book further away.
Like with you walking like away with the book.
Okay.
Yeah, like it seems to get a lot more animated.
Could be.
4 people, 1 bee, 3 bodies.
I did one.
I mean, sure, why not? I think that's enough for Lockhart to look at the bee and go, Hexam?
It doesn't seem to have stopped its like slight excited bouncing around off the glass.
Okay. You know what? I go for it.
Read the bee's mind.
That's the phrase. Just let us read this bee's mind.
Service-lit creature.
Doesn't want to touch the glass jar the bee's in, but will connect his mind magically to the bee.
Incredible.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, no, there isn't anything in it about understanding it, as far as I can tell.
So it says here that you can read the surface thoughts of a creature within short range, even if the target doesn't want you to. You must be able to see your target. Once you have established contact, you can read the target's thoughts for up to a minute. If you also have mind reading from another thing, you can do it at long range. You don't need to be able to see the target in that case, but you do have to know that the target is within range. But that's fine. So, do you want to give me a roll?
I think we'll look at Myr'ra and just be like, just keep an eye on me for a minute.
Okay, I'm watching.
You clutch this journal, and Ignysera is like, "What's going on?" That's your anaphylaxis.
If someone's going to be allergic to a bee, it probably
Feels like a Lockhart thing.
I also don't know if I want this to succeed or not. I'm gonna go 4 effort.
Incredible.
The amount of things you could do in roleplay games I've witnessed, Alexander, where you go, I don't know if I want this to work. But you're the one that suggests it. Let's see what happens. Well, if I don't know if I want it to work, 4 effort though.
No.
So what are we looking at number-wise? That's 12 plus 7.
19.
Okay, yeah. There is a very brief snap connection, right? You can feel like this took effort to punch through whatever, like, emanations seem to be, no pun intended. And there is a connection. There is very, very exasperated, animated shouting in your head that says, "Read the passage." And then the connection severs. Quite painfully.
Yeah.
Oh.
Why don't read the passage?
Myr'ra's first thought is she's going to look at the wall. We're in a passage. Is there any writing on the wall?
There is not. No, but nicely done.
And then I go, okay, cool. I'm going to go back into the book.
It's in the walls!
So, metagaming Sean's voice emanates through the voice call, but not in the cave. Read has more than one meaning. And simply reading the passage to understand its words are not the same as reading it aloud, which may in fact do something. I would be careful.
I think at this point, Myr'ra would remember that she is telepathically connected to Nori. Or maybe let Nori know.
Hey guys! What's going on?
Hope your scavenging's going well. A slight development. The safe
You're not in trouble, are you?
Well, the safe campsite has 3 dead bodies and a magical bee. We're trying to figure it out. Just how far behind are you guys?
Have we finished yet, or is this coming in?
Yeah, you are already, like, trying to head back. Yeah, you have done your... Like, keep in mind, they had to walk for quite a while to get to where the scout said as well. So by that
Half
point...
an hour away? Would that be fair?
Currently, you're probably, like, maybe 40 minutes away, yeah, give or take. You could run and make it less, right? So...
We won't be long. Take your time. Don't do anything silly. We're on our way.
Okay.
You just look around the site, don't do anything silly, 3 dead bodies and a bee. Lockhart with a headache.
Entomological.
Yeah, entomological, yep.
That word trove. What's the bugs?
And now we're about to get etymological.
I couldn't remember how many laws were in it. Is it entomological?
Yeah.
Entomical? Yeah.
I will turn to Falkwin and I will pass on this message. They found some sort of magic jar with a bee in it, or they found a magic bee in a jar. I'm not sure which, but they want us to hurry up.
You can just hear or you can feel Aluben's eyes roll. Falkwin. Like, of course they have.
I would have thought she'd be excited.
Unattended for like an hour.
Yeah. Oh, maybe we can get some more bug bits for you.
Here's hoping. So yeah, I guess use leg it then to try and.
Yeah, we'll push on quite a bit quicker.
Somehow this bug feels too plot relevant for Alabama to grind up into a potion, but we'll see.
What's plot relevant?
I would like that to happen. I would like for this to just sort of mindfully ignore or forget or distrust the fact that this bee is actually a wizard, and just be like, oh, very powerful bee, let's make a potion from it.
Hey, it's a high level
potion.
So you start lagging it through the tunnels. Back to the room. What's the plan, Myr'ra? You're holding the book. There's no writing on the walls that you've checked because you had a good look around. Very, very intellectually, you know.
I will start trying to look for what I think the passage could be.
Okay. Do you want to give me a roll?
I won't read it out loud.
Okay.
Whatever it is. Magic law?
Sure. Quite definitively, you could say.
Okay. I will use... I don't know the difficulty.
I miss researcher as a thing as well. That was so good from being a sage and stuff like that.
Yeah. Effort to roll is... I'm going to use 2 effort to roll. I don't have an asset. Doesn't cost anything. Okay.
19?
Yeah, +9.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I want to roll to be roll.
It's such a weird system when you're translating the rolls and you go, am I excited yet? I am! Yay! I get to be! Yep. So yes, you pour through the book a bit longer. Lockheart, your like psychic snap starts to like wear off a bit. You can tell this bee stopped that connection for whatever reason. And Ignysera, you're just staring at 2 people, like one hardly looking through a book and one that looks like they've just stared at a bee too intensely. But yeah, after like a couple of minutes, 2 minutes or so, just pouring through pages, there is a particular incantation.
Does it say what it does?
It is incredibly unclear what this incantation does, but it does seem to involve effectively making yourself immortal.
Okay. Cool. I want to wait for Falkwin.
Ooh, what kind of wizard are you? You've got your qualification, he doesn't.
Yeah, you're the senior here.
You're not waiting for Falkwin, you're waiting for Elven.
I was going to say...
Magic. Yeah. Okay. From having a look at it, do I feel the side effect of reading this is turning into a bee?
It is unclear what the side effects from a spell that seems to imply that you will become immortal. It reads less like you will become immortal and more you will no longer care about this, or this.
Okay.
And it is an incredibly detailed list of things that you will not care about.
You don't care about it,
which all seem to summarise into what the person that would live a life would have to deal with, like through the aging process, or hunger, or sleep, or thirst, or whatever. Yeah. It's like a list of exceptions that they're editing out.
Okay.
What was that? Sorry, Sean. We never got you there.
You know, like chitin doesn't get wrinkly. Insects don't age in the same way that humans do. I can see how this loophole could have happened.
Yeah, I think Myr'ra was like, she doesn't want to read this because she doesn't want to, like, she fundamentally doesn't want that. It's not a thing she is interested in, because the moon would also be around forever, and that seems stressful.
You don't know the moon's going to be around forever. Master Ambulance.
Not want to find that out. What might happen? What if the moon went away and she was just... I tell all the time. Stress. She is now worried that the bee is immortal and isn't certain whether the bee, being a bee, is connected to this spell. Why would the bee want us to read the spell? Because surely that doesn't make the bee more immortal.
Wizards, am I right?
Yeah. Myr'ra's just having like flashbacks to like that kind of people who just read things without checking, and the amount of times the library's nearly burnt down, and the amount of books she's had to reshelve, and the amount of books that are now in sections that she's not allowed to go.
And why people like Helligith are angry generally as part of their job.
Yes. Yes. Oh. Okay. So she's going to explain. I think this is a spell that's supposed to make you immortal. I don't know if it does. It seems it's written in the way that spells are. I don't know why the bee wants us to read it. I don't know how that would help the bee.
I just love hearing the I don't know why the bee wants us to.
I look at Lockheart. The bee told you to read it. What would you like to do?
I mean, don't feel like. I mean, Lockheart isn't magic, and sure. He just reads it. It's not going to cast the spell. But
then surely you'd be safe reading the passage then.
I mean, we do know an immortal, like standing over. we could see if KT wants to.
So you want to risk KT?
If he was in his normal state, I think you'd have a chuckle at it and probably just burn it, stop anyone else from becoming immortal. The end doesn't help us.
Yeah, he doesn't find the idea of other people becoming immortal very, very good for them.
Okay.
Right. So it doesn't. We are assuming that reading it will restore this.
Well, the bee seems to think.
The bee simply wanted us to read it. Could the bee want everyone to be, or not to be?
That's terrible. Psychic damage to Alexander, please.
Okay. So
It is the question.
It is indeed the question before you.
okay, likely cause of. Can I see the date on this? The bit the spell is on. Is that around the same time? Was it also around 3 weeks ago, or is the spell older?
No, that's from like years ago.
Okay.
But it looks like it's been like added to and updated and like
Yeah. Like that's the main work of the journal is coming back from this to add to it. Okay.
That's the fold out pages.
Yes. Okay.
Also, I think by the time they guys come to any kind of decision, I think Nori and Falkwin easily get back because you're still probably debating what to do. That feels reasonable. So you guys approach and you see like Noya, like with the maidens and KT, basically like leaning up against rocks to the entrance of this like supposed safe campsite. And then Noya goes, "They've been inside for a while. We're waiting to see if it's safe." And she just gives you the look of, "Please. I can't be fucked talking anymore." Like, why are we waiting outside because of a book and a bee?
Well, let's see what we are dealing with.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're just standing there debating bees.
As you walk in, you
Why
pass
me?
by like the first body of like the dead kind of like adventurer, I guess, and you pass by the second body of the adventurer into the more open space that is this kind of like hollowed out cave looking thing, and yeah, you see the campsite long abandoned, and then the three of them like debating around a body that's on the ground clutching a jar.
I think Lockhart will kind of point at the bags and Nori, would you mind? Just if there's anything else in the other 3 bags.
I was saying Nori's going to go through these other bags.
Oh yes, of course I will. Happily.
It's
I'm looking for shiny things again.
very little in the way of like monetary wealth, but there is like what you'd expect to see in like I'm going to go through a cave for a long time kind of supply list, right? A lot of it looks like it's obviously seen better days, looks like it was quite cheaply bought stuff, but again, any like food road tack or whatever again looks about, a couple of weeks out of date. Again, probably still able to eat it if you were starving, but wouldn't necessarily do your stomach any favours.
Okay.
Road tack's probably got
And
a good
nothing in
week
there
or two.
that tell you where they've been to or where they came from.
No, almost like it's deliberately obscured. Like they're travelling very light. Why would ever anyone through secret tunnels going to the place you're probably not allowed to go ever travel light with no identifying details other than this big journal that says this belongs to the wizard Posey Hexam and please return to the Arcantrix if found.
Would the amount of food be enough for them to make it through the trip?
Given that you don't even know how long the trip's going to be, like
exactly,
it probably is like about a month's worth of food. Which means if they didn't find stuff on the way to kill and eat, they would have very sore stomachs by the end of this trip.
Does it look like these 3 are bodyguards in any way? Is there armor, weapons?
As I said, 3 of them are male. They look like they're wearing generic your level 1 adventurer starting gear for going, through a cave. They've got decent-ish boots on. They've got like decently kind of warmish clothes. Nothing too over-encumbering, but clearly they've came from Voros. Voros is colder, as we know. So they've left from Voros. They don't necessarily look like they were from Voros, necessarily, like complexion-wise or anything, because people are slightly paler in Voros. But likewise, Lockheart looks like he's from Voros, and it isn't, as far as I'm aware. So, yeah. But no, there's nothing other than the 3 people are human. That's it. 3 human guys. All died from allergic reaction.
One of them clutching a bee.
So, Falkwin approaches Myr'ra and Lockheart and Ignysera and the bee. Okay, so what are we dealing with here? Who's this? What's this?
Well, there's a potential. The bee is a wizard
Fascinating.
called Posey Hexam.
So Falkwin crouches down in front of the jar with the bee, just sort of lightly taps the jar, like, hello there, are you Posey Hexam?
The thing that hasn't stopped like hitting off the glass the whole time. Like
I don't sense much in the way of intelligence or any sort of profoundness coming from it at the moment. What makes you think this is a person?
So, Lockhart tried to talk to it.
Let's just say we had a brief exchange, and it indicated it wanted us to read the passage. And we did find a curious passage in this diary.
How do you know that would be the passage it means?
Welcome to see if there's any others.
Falkwin is definitely down to try that.
I'll pass the book over.
Yep. And like Myr'ra's role to translate the fiction of that would have been ruling out other stuff written in the book based on the situation, right? It wouldn't necessarily mean that it's not worth your rolling as well. It just means it wasn't just I found a passage. It was I found the most likely thing based on my knowledge. Yeah, you can roll as well.
Okay. Can I put identify or understand supernatural in here? based on trying
Yes.
to find a
Yes, you
passage that
can.
would suit.
This is very supernatural, this entire situation.
So that's trained. So does that come under a bonus to put that on?
Oh, if you're clicking that skill.
Oh, I clicked the skill. Right. Yeah, I need to start doing that. Okay, there we go. I'm healthy again, so I'm gonna stick an effort on that.
Nice.
Oh, I get effort for free when I'm doing skill rolls now, don't I? Because I've got an edge of 3.
I mean, it discounts it, yes.
Yes, so okay. So for skill rolls, I should always be doing 1 effort for intellect.
There's no reason not to.
Yeah, I'll stick 2 effort on that. I will spend 2.
Cool. And what's your total?
So yeah, I rolled 7, so this beats a 4.
So you add 9 because it's
Okay, beats a 5.
cool. Which I think was that the same roll Myr'ra got. What did you get, Myr'ra?
I think I got a 6.
As in beats a 6
Yeah.
or beats a
Yeah, then beats a 6.
so beats a 6 beats
I
a
got
5.
19.
Yeah, again, same conclusion. This seems like all from the little information you've got to go on. There doesn't seem to be anything else with as much importance as the way the entire journal seems fixed on the fold-out pages.
This does seem like the most likely thing that he might have meant. Did that roll give me any insight into what the passage means beyond what we've learned so far?
Similarly to what obviously I said to Myr'ra, it seems like it's a edit out downsides of living. Ben chimes in to yourself privately here, Falkwin, and says, "This does remind me that we should be constructing you some kind of spell book."
Yes. I do tend to forget to write these things down.
And she just says, "I've noticed."
And this entire conversation, Falkwin was speaking out loud, and just no one else could hear Half-Elven, as he tends to do. Okay. This seems like a rather dangerous incantation for one of us to attempt to cast right now.
Half-Elven says you should not cast that. Like, allow someone else to assume this risk.
I will not be casting this. No. The assumption is that it turned that gentleman there into a bee. Or that lady. I'm not sure. It's Pest. What did you say, Pestia?
What, Posey?
Jose.
Where did I get Pestia? Anyway.
I'm just not entirely sure how reading this would undo the bee of the situation. But if the bee seems to think so, it depends on how much we trust the bee.
It's possible that the bee wishes us to become bees as well, so that we can communicate as equals.
I also, in order of events, am uncertain on when bee. I think the sensible conclusion is anaphylactic shock and massive allergic reactions to bee stings, quite common. Magical bees, probably more allergy making. But then how did they get it in a jar, and how does this passage help?
It is possible that this could be Posey, and Posey could have attempted this spell and transformed into a bee and went rather crazy in the confusion and stung her party members, and then they managed to contain her, but then died of anaphylaxis after containing her.
Yes, I would also flag that I think the bee might be sort of immortal, because the bee should be dead by now.
Right, if the bee stung 3 people, sure.
Also, it's been 3 weeks. So, normal bees. What's the average life of a bee? I don't know, but even
African or European?
even a perfectly normal bee, if it's kept in a jar for 3 weeks, would probably die. Even if normal bees live for a long time, I don't know. I think I would prefer not to do this evening. I think we all need a rest anyway.
If you read it backwards, does that undo?
Well, if we... Okay.
At least the danger of what has gone on here is likely contained. And does make this seem a reasonable place, perhaps, to rest.
We'd probably want to clear out the... I point at the dead bodies.
If you choose to open it, I'll do that. But again, I'll let everybody rest so they can.
I don't want to open. I'll read if it's what we would like to do. And I'm not going to lie, I'd quite like answers because these questions are hurting my brain. And you know how much I like an answer. And my journal will be unfulfilled if I can't write what this was about. I would prefer to do it tomorrow. Because I'm quite depleted.
We could simply kill the bee.
Well, that maybe involves trying to let it out. And what if we don't kill the bee?
If the bee is immortal. Right. I'm suspicious of this bee. Perhaps it used to be human. It seems to not be human anymore, and it does not seem either willing or able to rest.
My favourite thing about this is the bee could be fully unrelated. The bee could be like a separate magical item that's like... Oh...
Posey could have been any of those other 3 people.
Yep, Posey could be one of these dead people.
The heart piercer who we're looking for. We assumed that they were a humanoid who pierces hearts with daggers. They could be a giant wasp, you know. This could be heart piercer. Although I suppose we're not aware of evidence of heart piercer victims dying of anaphylaxis.
No, the only evidence you guys got access to was the fact that the reports from the escort said there were massive stab wounds in the front and back of the heart.
Doesn't preclude anaphylaxis.
Or a giant bee.
Or a giant
bee.
Or I could read the spell now. And we could sleep. It's not going to work that way, though, is it?
You can
read the spell.
If we read the spell, can we then put Hannah in a jar?
Myr'ra, surely.
I don't like the idea of thinking that Posey once read this spell and then was like, oh, it didn't work. Okay, let's all go to sleep, everyone. Then they went to sleep. Then she transforms in her sleep and becomes a bee. It's like, fuck, I'm a bee. I need to run around crazy. I don't know what's happening. I'm confused. And then stings her partners and they'll die.
Who would transform against their will in this party?
Never be me.
No.
I feel like at some point this is going to become a YOLO. I don't think we're going to be able to know what happens until we do something.
If the spell works, then it's not a YOLO.
Choosing to do the spell is the YOLO.
Okay. Also, you only live once doesn't mean to say that life ended, right? Like that YOLO could be just preserved.
Okay.
Also, you could just find somewhere else to sleep. You could leave the bee and the book and the bodies, and you could just walk away.
But then we won't know.
But then you won't know.
What if I turn her back and she's evil?
Who's ever heard of an evil bee?
Just send the bee to the moon. Okay.
Okay,
So-
what are we doing?
Well, who wants to read the passage in the attempt that they're going to try and funnel magic through it to try and make it work?
Falkwin does not volunteer for this.
I think Myrrha's little
Myrrha's
arse
too
at this
tired
time
at the moment.
is really wants to, because she wants to know what would happen. And she finds curiosity very hard to resist.
That's definitely a Hannah problem as well, isn't it, Hannah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. It's great.
It's not like that's a profit, it's all of my characters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. But Myrrha is also aware that she is quite tired.
Okay, well, let's have a player agency moment, right? So, hypothetically, who wants Hannah's character to read that passage? No. Who doesn't want? Who doesn't want it? And this is a player conversation, not your characters. Players. So, who wants Hannah's character to read that passage? No. Show of hands.
I would rather she had her rest. If
Okay,
it was
okay.
in game, I would rather she had her rest.
Yeah, now or after rest.
Yeah, for being sensible, I guess.
What I like about this, though, is we're all on board with me reading. We're now just arguing about when I do it.
I'm going to be the voice of dissent here. I'm less comfortable with the idea of sleeping near the bee than I am with Hannah reading this now.
It's in a jar.
For now. It could be a werebee. It might triple in size while we're all sleeping, break out of the jar.
I think if it could, it would have by now. And we know it's been here a while.
I mean, we're
So
just
that's
having an hour rest, right?
Well, you've got an hour rest to use, and then you've got a 10-hour rest to use, so it's up to use how long is
I
in the
would
rest.
quite like both, yeah. In order to be like closer to being back at full.
And
I would
remember, with
probably
people's
both.
buffs as well, if you're willing to use the buffs, you'll get
Mhm.
3 more on top of a roll if people are using those skills again.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do because I can do that with the discount. I can make fluffy small creatures again.
But that's entirely
Is the jar still in the grip of the dead guy?
Mm-hmm. We've not touched it.
You've only
We were
rolled.
going to cut the hands off, but
Yeah, no, I just thought with Falkwin coming in, if he hasn't gone that far.
how is Aluben feeling with putting it in the garage?
Me in the garage. Alan,
Putting it there.
I think, didn't we learn that you couldn't put living things into the garage? Didn't we learn that?
did we? We may have.
I mean, it's you've got the text
Yeah,
for
I
it.
think we talked about putting the snacks.
Yes, the horses in.
Not the maiden snacks.
We're putting a jar in the garage.
Hidden closet. Can store items, including extra sets of clothing, tools, food, and so on. The interior of the object is, in effect, a 10-foot square pocket dimension that normally only the magic ally can access.
So, items doesn't include living things yet, until I need it to later. Or until Falkwin and Aluben use some dodgy magic to change the nature of the hidden closet.
Yeah, it's like got no oxygen in it or something. Well, if the bee's in a jar, I feel like this could be one of these situations where, like, you know, like in Skyrim, you can find creatures out in the wild, but then there's also, like, you get a bee in a jar, and that's an item that you have in your inventory, in your chest. Does the bee being in the jar make it an item?
No, but the jar is definitely an item, but the bee inside it is not an item.
This makes me concerned to sleep next to it then.
Wouldn't it be weird if there was an animated item bee that had a mind that Lockheart could read in a jar? That would make me less comfortable.
Yes, that would be uncomfortable, but the fact that we can't treat this jarred bee as an item makes me scared of
It's because it's not a video game.
it.
So, it sounds like everyone's taking an hour rest minimum.
Sure.
And then
Yeah,
staring at
let's
this dead
do that.
body, hugging a jar with a bee very agitated inside. So, yes. I'm assuming everyone settles down. Are you telling the others, by the way, you can come in, there's 3 dead bodies and a bee, but it's fine?
Yes.
And don't open the jar. In fact, I wouldn't touch the jar. But as long as we don't touch the jar, we should be fine.
Marabella absolutely fucking loves the jar.
Oh, dear.
Marabella is desperate to touch the jar.
I give her a jar of tea.
Mm-hmm. She sits and sniffs it.
Yeah.
Yes, it's only +3. It's only +3 if people are doing all the.
It's okay. I
steps.
don't need it. I've just worked out what I need.
I will do emotional support pack.
Cool.
Yeah, I can do my repair flesh shouting at everyone again.
Okay.
Cool.
Does the bee react to my shouting?
I mean, the bee hasn't stopped moving. Your recovery rolls, Myr'ra. What the hell?
I rolled so badly. It's so annoying. Okay, so that's plus another 3. Okay. Okay.
Nice.
I'm not terrible, but it's mainly because I want to burn a bunch of stuff in order to do the roll.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much use I would be afterwards. But
And keep in mind, the next roll would be everybody going to sleep for 10 hours, right? Like your 10-hour rest would come up.
yeah. I feel energetic enough to attempt if other people are also willing. Do we want to move now that we've brought everybody in? We're now going to go out again so we can try and deal with this.
Yep.
Or do we want to wait 10 hours? What are we thinking?
I think we should try this now because I don't know about anyone else, but I'm fully healthy again.
I'm still after my hour.
If we have to fight something, I can just crow out.
Yeah, we
can. Being terrible doesn't have as much of an impact.
I feel like we can make suitable preparations here for a variety of outcomes. So everyone giving Myr'ra enough space and, buffing defences and being ready with fireballs to hopefully burn some bees.
Can I once again suggest that I open the jar?
I don't open the jar.
We need to decide then.
So
are we opening the jar or are we doing the spell?
So if we open the jar, Falkwin has, on the off chance the bee attacks, Falkwin has a spell that prevents the bee from attacking anyone or anything, assuming the bee can hear and understand Falkwin.
Yeah, it's the same as Lockheart.
Not clear yet whether it can, I think.
Is this enthrall?
This is Blessing of the Gods.
Oh, okay. And what's the part of Blessing of the Gods? Which subpart of Blessing of the Gods is it?
I have written it down as Peace. I forget exactly what name the book gave it. It just let you choose a bunch of different ones.
It did,
I think it was the very, very first one.
Cool. But surely you copied its text of how it works over, right?
It says, prevent a foe that can hear and understand you from attacking anyone or anything for 1 round.
Cool.
Okay.
Obviously, Lockheart can do that whether it can understand or not.
Oh, that's just better.
And I'm going to share mine.
Just foil danger.
Ooh.
So if the bee comes out and attacks...
Sure. Okay. Well, decision: are we fighting the bee, or am I reading the spell?
That's what I'm not involved in the reading of the spell, but conversation.
Where are you moving people? Let's set up the situation, right? So we're moving the still pretty weak KT and Dakima outside.
Yes.
Do they not have recovery rules?
No.
I think we should have them off to the side.
Like, Dakima's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
And by the looks of it, so is KT.
And if the little ciphery bug thing said this was the safest, I would almost rather they stay here. And we maybe go with chop hands off and move the bee outside the.
I mean, Noya could go with them as well, remember. Noya could keep them safe if need be.
Okay, so hear me out on this. What if we have Katie and Dakima and anyone not participating in what madness we're about to do? We have them stay inside the cave. The rest of us step outside, bringing the book with us as well as the bee. We put the book on the ground, open to the page that we think the bee wanted. Then we open the bee's jar with everyone prepared to defend or attack or whatever in the event that the bee goes crazy. But we just leave the book there and see whether the bee was trying to get at the book, whether the bee wants to indicate something about the book to us, but we keep our guards up.
What would Riven do?
She would just smash the jar.
My only one would be that I think if the bee had wanted to be able to read the book itself, the bee would have said, "Give me the book."
I mean, so it's been constantly tapping at the jar, right? Can we do a test here? Is it tapping at the jar exactly in the direction of the book? If we pick up the jar and move it around in a circle.
No, it's erratic.
Okay.
A compass.
I think I vote for us leaving the resting people in this little space that seems more defensive.
In the nook, yeah.
And moving out into a bigger space.
I think that's a start.
Yeah.
Katie looks very pleased not having to move.
Yeah. Let's leave the resting people to rest.
Mm-hmm. And the Elven maidens drinking their tea and eating their travel snacks.
Yeah. And biscotti.
Snacks for
We'll remind people. And are we going for reading the spell? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Myr'ra will remember.
Yes, you are.
That when she gets stressed and things don't go well, she might burn out. She would prefer if everyone was quite far away, so that the nearest thing to her was the bee, because then she'd probably attack the bee.
If it helps Myr'ra, I guess, like, we have at least 3 ways of potentially stopping you from hurting anyone. Like the 3 of us each have a way, and there's 2 potential things. So even if we have,
I thought you meant the Elven maidens. Genuinely, what I thought you meant, not actual character abilities. Just we have 3 things that could solve our problems.
That's the Lockheart approach. That probably is what Lockheart was thinking.
Oh. Okay. Yeah?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So I don't think we need to worry about opening the jar, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I was also on that, but yeah.
So
Like,
I'm going to just cover the part where Noya's going to guard that second entrance to the nook. And that solves where she is.
Good. Amazing.
Were there 2 entrances?
I did say that earlier, yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Did we explore the other one?
No.
Maybe we should do that.
Let's talk about a book and a bee.
A book, a bee, and 3 bodies.
Are we going to find out that there's a whole beehive down that second tunnel?
There's a wizard called Posey with their "Hi, my name is Posey" t-shirt on. Just a hand in a hand in a hive, honey pouring out of their mouth.
Oh no! Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
we'll be okay, Kalli.
Mm,
Take care.
I'm okay. I'm sticking around,
Cool,
but I'll
cool.
just in case.
Yeah, no worries. We appreciate your sacrifice.
I want to see what happens with this
Mhm.
bee.
Yeah, this feels like we've got to do it now then. So. Okay.
So,
We're in it.
everyone's in the nook,
Mhm.
except Myr'ra is in the main cave tunnel on the ledge where the water, and you're gonna have you broke off? Did you snap the fingers? Did you cut the hands off? How did you free the jar?
Kalli Greatsword Special, perhaps?
So we cut the hands off. That's what you're saying. Cool. So you hack through this poor guy's wrists, and then
You don't need them anymore.
you just leave them on the jar. Okay.
Yep.
Yep. And like even just in the process of walking out of the nook into that, the hands fall off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Bee's not stopped being animated, and then who is with Myr'ra?
I am.
Yeah.
Nori, where are you?
Oh no, I'll
Yep.
I'm their protector at the moment,
Yep.
so yeah.
Yep.
If I still want to, if I were opening the jar, but
I'll assume
get
that
it back in again.
Ignysera is
But we're
with
not
them
doing
too.
that, so.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, your audience has been assembled.
Okay.
And you know what? This does remind me of the time that we were trying to open up like the tomb in Arc 1. And sufficient that I'm going to use anecdote.
I mean, does it remind you of that? Because I don't remember you having to read an incantation, and I didn't remember it being a jar with a bee.
We were all cowering around, waiting for a spell to happen, knowing that there probably something.
No,
things
what?
was
Like,
going-
oh, you're talking about when you're doing a ritual to like try and interact with a dead body, rather than when you were just letting Nori lockpick a mausoleum that he did amazingly to get in the first time. Okay, yeah.
No, I'm meaning the time that Lockhart got zapped out and like knocked out.
Yeah, I don't see how these are related in any way. You can't just say that time magic happened.
At the time, it seemed very similar for Lockhart when we were cowering behind for thinking a massive magical explosion could happen.
So are you trying to guide people behind a rock? Is that what you're trying to do?
If it could help Lockhart, but it can't. But it's still
I will say I am, if I'm allowed to use magic lore, I am already trained in it.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, you can definitely use magic lore for this. Yeah.
good, great.
That's
Okay.
good.
So, I'm going to use magic lore.
Okay.
No!
At least we know.
Yep. There you go. Trained. I don't know the difficulty.
Oh dear, no.
No,
Posey
I'm
left
gonna
that
use
out of their notes.
Yeah. I'm going to use all 3 levels of my effort.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an asset. God.
I can just feel Alabama in her head just going, oh, no,
Yeah.
no. Didn't your mama teach you?
Okay. So what's our total?
It beats a difficulty 9?
Yeah, it's 28.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Jesus Christ!
Oh.
Yeah.
You're becoming a bee. You're going to be a bee.
So as soon as you start chanting the magic words, the bee stops moving and just stops on the glass,
Okay.
as if paying attention.
I will say, I don't know if this helps, but Myr'ra is definitely concentrating on the bee and not on herself.
Okay, yeah. Everyone can feel the energy of this spell, like just that almost like tingling of like static electricity on like your hair and stuff like that. A bit unusual, but not for like crazy magic, right? Like magic does weird things, and you are close enough to feel this. that kind of weird tingle, but it does incur Alben to be saying this is not going to go well. Like, even if she can perceive this, that's not great. And sadly, halfway through the incantation, she does try and say we should stop this. But it is too late.
Oh dear.
I mean, this is just Alben's concerns, right? Would you really want that to be going on? Like, this is...
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Falkwin has tried to relay those concerns as immediately as possible.
Yeah, like that kind of half, like, oh wait, just...
Yeah.
And, yeah, so when the spell completes and the magical cacophony that, proceeds, the jar smashes with a lot of force as out rolls a body. Very dishevelled, and in Myr'ra's place is a bee.
Oh, oh bee Myr'ra.
Out rolls this person in the NPC chat.
So, Falkwin has...
Oh, no, let's just hold on. This cutscene hasn't ended.
Good.
So, coughing and spluttering and panting and like leaning on like the kind of stone floor. Just it's like waving a hand up as if like gesturing people to kind of keep their distance or whatever. And just like, oh, thank you so much. You've no idea how long I've been in that jar. Oh, slightly less stale air. And then just sits like back on her backside and crosses her legs and looks at everybody and kind of cocks her head and goes, so, come here often? Myr'ra, you're currently B.
Yeah, so Falkwin is completely ignoring the wizard who's just appeared and is still trained on Myr'ra, trying to see whether B Myr'ra is gonna do anything, gonna sting anyone, seems to still have mind and so on.
Myr'ra, you're a bee. What do you want to do?
Do I feel? I guess I go look for some honey. What do bees do?
Buzz around.
Yeah, I look for some flowers.
Yeah, none you can perceive currently.
Oh.
Raise my sword towards Posey and just turn her back right now.
She goes, what? Jenny looks
The
confused
bee.
at you.
You were a bee. Now our friend is a bee.
Yes.
Clearly, she has replaced you. Turn her back right now.
So soon?
Who did you replace?
Yes.
She kind of looks at you and goes, what do you mean?
Isn't it an exchange? Did you take on a bee because you took it from someone else, or were you the first to be Kalli?
She kind of like raises an eyebrow and goes, do you have any water?
I imagine we do.
Yeah, you have travel supplies, yeah. Did you give her some water?
We'll look at Ignysera and be like, wait, we can stand this for a moment, as long as B Myr'ra isn't buzzing off.
Falkwin's still got his eye on B Myr'ra.
Can we can we tie a little string to
A little beeblin.
We need an alpaca Myr'ra. We've got the B Myr'ra and we've got the C Myr'ra. We need an A Myr'ra.
And yeah, we'll give her a little water and she'll be like,
Yeah, immediately like gulls as much as she can down. Like, oh, it's so good to drink again. Oh, this tastes stale as well, but that's okay. Just seems happy. Sat on the floor of a cave, not being a bee. Just, this was nice. Does I have any food?
Well, no nectar, I'm afraid, around here. I take it that was your handiwork, by the way. The other three.
Oh. It's weird being a bee. You forget things. That's yeah, they weren't so nice.
And was the jar? I take it after you changed.
Oh yeah, I overheard them saying they were going to kill me, so killed them. Just like shrugs.
But they got you into a jar first.
Well, the stinging took time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Were you already a bee when they decided to kill you, or were they with you when you transformed?
Well, they said they would take the first watch. I tried to get sleep. I don't sleep great in caves, so I heard them talking about them killing me and just... I guess I hadn't paid them enough. Or they thought I was wealthy. I don't know. Maybe they were going to try and blackmail my parents. Who knows? They're not wealthy, by the way, in case you get ideas. However, so I turned into a bee and killed them. They weren't expecting that. Honestly, neither was I.
You purposely turned into a bee.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't necessarily think it was gonna work like that. The spell wasn't... Well, maybe it did work. I didn't die, and that was the spell.
Right.
Like our eyes just start getting distracted by like mirrors buzzing around. So you start...
I'm just investigating.
Yeah.
So why did our friend casting the spell then cause it to be undone on you?
Well, it only works on one person.
Mm-hmm.
Can you make it work on one less person now?
I don't think so.
Why?
I don't know, I haven't finished my research. That's why I was going to Caldera.
You were going to Caldera?
Yeah. Don't look Calderan, do I?
How did you know about this tunnel?
Well, so these three gentlemen that I thought were decent knew about some secret trade route to Caldera that I thought maybe if I buy into that, maybe I could then get, could become like promotion out of this, right? If I can bring some magic that stops people dying, especially in this day and age. Very damn good.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how often we run into that.
Really? Do you want to help me with my research?
You know what? It's the sort of thing that we have been known to do. The thing is, we can't do much help while our friend is a bee.
One of you could take her place if you want her back.
How difficult is this spell to perform? Do you know? How much magic power does one need?
How good a wizard are you?
I'm not asking for myself.
Well, I'm a competent wizard. She looks around as if waiting for someone to call her out. And then she goes, I managed it. Was your friend a competent wizard?
Yes, she is.
That much?
Indeed. Falkwin is absolutely thinking about just making KT or one of the elves do it. Just be like, it's what Alu-Ben would do.
Alu-Ben says to you, I wonder if killing her would end the spell.
I wonder.
But I doubt it. When was the last time you were at the Arcanatrix then?
What's the taste date?
I guess.
Just like 2 months ago. Shrugs.
Who do you work with there?
Can I raise an eyebrow? Who do I work with there? I study there.
Yes, with who?
And then she like lists a whole random bunch of like, master wizards.
Are they people that Falkwin know as
Probably
wizards
people.
or-
Probably the occasional name is some name you've come across, but there are like hundreds of people there.
So to be clear, I'm trying to like gauge whether she's actually been a bee for like 1,000 years or something.
No, like it sounds like she's been a bee for 3 weeks, based on all the info.
Also, because the camp was not. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
And the other couple of weeks would have been the travelling from and getting herself ready for an expedition into Caldera. Like it all does kind of line up. There's no, this person's clearly lying to you. This person definitely seems like they're not answering everything fully, but they don't seem like they're misleading you. They're just giving you the bare minimum, so in the hopes they might get some food.
And this spell, has its effects have completely ended on you and transferred to our friend? Or are there any lingering effects remaining on you?
She kind of looks at herself excited. Oh, I don't know. Do I still have fuzz?
Are you still immortal?
Oh, I don't know if I was immortal.
Indeed. You didn't die, though.
Well, that's not mutually exclusive.
That's true. What precisely was your spell supposed to do?
Make me immortal.
Difficult hypothesis to test.
Yes. You usually just get one go at it.
Did you... I assume you stung these...
Yeah,
old
it was
companions.
quite erratic.
Mhm.
They tried to stab me in my sleep. They got to my pack and I was not there, and then they heard the buzzing, and then yeah.
Well, bees usually die when they sting.
But bees aren't normally wizards. I've noticed this, at least in my
That's true.
studies. Which does,
Aren't normal.
ironically, change the dynamic now, considering you have a wizard that's a bee, which is quite good. Oh, my journal! I have to reach for her journal as well.
Mm.
So,
I'll snatch
you
the journal.
cast-
Oh, okay. It's not dangerous.
so when you cast the spell,
Yes.
it only affected you and turned you into a bee.
Yes.
So why the transference now? Is it only...
What's the bee's name?
Myr'ra.
So,
Falkwin's getting exasperated.
well, if your friend Myr'ra cast the spell, then it's on them, not on me.
But it removed the magic or took the curse off of you.
Curse is a very strong allegation.
I don't see being turned into a bee by reading a spell as being anything but a curse.
Tell that to the druids of Gien.
I'll put it this way. Would you like to cast the spell yourself again? To return to your bee form?
Not especially, but I'm thinking it's maybe better company than... Kind of looks at everyone awkwardly.
We only want our friend back.
I can give you a copy of the spell.
And then we talk some other random wizard into just reading it?
I'm sure you've met people you don't like. I'm lovely if you take the time to get to know me.
Player agency.
Player agency moment, yeah.
I reckon. I guess. I mean, unless Myr'ra is content to be a bee, but I would feel bad for Hannah more so than Myr'ra. I guess we can kind of either threaten her into it, or try and bribe her into it. Lockhart might have a slightly third, just try and convince her to do it regardless, whether she wants to do it or whether it will do what she thinks it does. But then it makes the other two options probably less easy.
So there's the easy way, the hard way, and the Lockhart way, which makes the other two redundant.
Yeah. But if it fails, the other two will be very hard.
There is presumably a bloodthirsty murderer on the loose out here as well.
Which we would then have to also convince to
read
do
a spell.
the thing.
Yeah.
They'd also have to be magically inclined if they are, to get the spell to work necessarily. And they would also then potentially become an immortal bee.
I was not suggesting we turn the bloodthirsty murderer into a bloodthirsty murder hornet. It's a thing to consider, and maybe Bee Lady has met them. I doubt it, but maybe even we're lucky and one of their companions were the bloodthirsty murderer, because they said trade route, and it's not really that.
No. I'm, as you know, always happy to go along with it. Very happy to be a bee. That's what's neat. The one you could maybe pitch to her is that if she turns herself back into a bee, we could take her to Caldera and then find someone there to help fix the bee problem. Means she doesn't have to do the journey.
Yeah, that was essentially the carrot idea.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. That's we get her to sort of willingly do it.
But are you just going to just leave her in Caldera? Because your plan's to turn round and go back. Remember, like the mountains don't lead into the city. There's like days of wasteland ahead of you.
There's a bee in a jar.
Well, the jar's gone.
Might be a good time to visit Granny.
We can tie a tiny little note to her bee legs. So that whoever finds her knows it's like a small...
How are you getting the book there?
Slowly, I think.
This little bee dragging this book through the wastelands of Caldera, dodging hordes of Falgain.
So basically, my other pitch was that Lockhart could essentially just try to convince her just to say the words again, so she does it. She might then just attack us if it doesn't work.
I mean, how risky is it attacking a wizard that invented an immortality spell?
Yeah, although a wizard that had to resort to that instead of fighting off 3 level 1 tour guides.
Yeah.
And we've got an immortal bee on our side. We know that anaphylactic shock is no joke.
I have to be honest, I'm too tired for this. To think this through, I really am. All I'm reaching to the conclusion is I'm about to pull an arrow out. And she either reads it or.
Mm-hmm.
I like that works both in real life and in game.
And in the game, I
know. A long day.
Okay, well then, why doesn't
conclusion?
So
sorry, what was that?
Murder is a valid conclusion.
Yeah. So what if Lockhart tries to get her to do it? If she declines, then she's probably going to attack us. In which case, we say we then attack back and. We then don't kill her in exchange, maybe? I don't know.
That's assuming any reason on her part after his attack. Because what are you going to do when you kill her? And man, there's a...
I'm saying we have to not kill her, but get close to kill her.
Just like all good vampires, does Katie have any hypnotizing magic?
On a good day, maybe.
Exactly, I know. He's had an hour's rest. And he's got 3 elves with him.
Yeah, but one of those elves is out for the count. Do you want him to burn through a second elf?
No, not really.
I mean, one of the elves is almost out for the count. Let's face it, they could be more out.
Yeah, but I guess it's more a case of that one's probably no longer any good currently. Yeah.
Right. I would like to make a roll just to see if there is. I can.
What are you trying to do? Talk me
Yeah,
through
and-
that, right? So you want to
I
get...
really just want to see if I can get any read on her,
just demeanor?
what she's saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to roll against perception just to see if there's anything.
Well, it's like an insighty type roll, so it's like a, trying to read a person roll, yeah? So that's intellect. Can I get my roll for that?
Completely unknown. Use 2 effort.
I will say Lockhart can do insight checks plus 12 for free. So if it's something you want done,
I'm just about to hit submit, so too late.
So what's our total there?
12 plus 6, 18. Is there any way that I can see that we're going to be able to persuade her to read this again and allow us to continue on with our mission?
There's no way you could read that from body language. What you can gauge from her is that she does look scared of all of you, given the way the conversations went. She does seem hungry, slightly manic, given that she's been a bee for 3 weeks without food or, water, or fresh air. So she's probably got some CO2 poisoning in her brain too somewhere. Potentially got the bends. Who knows, based on the pressure from the jar versus now. Yeah, there's a lot going on with Posey. She doesn't quite seem all there, but she does look like someone that, pushed further, might snap. Because she's manic.
That's maybe the route we go down here then. We feed her, we water her, we have a proper conversation, we tell her why we're in the caves, and we hope that's enough to convince her. If not, then we have to find some way of forcing her.
Keep in mind, she didn't mention that she knows these caves are refugee routes, though. She said trade routes.
yes, very.
No, but our mission is not that. Our mission is to find a killer.
No, your
There
mission
is
is literally
danger in
to
the
go and
caves.
escort the
I know. But
All she
Okay,
needs to
you
know
message-
is the caves are dangerous, and if she's now here on her own, then she could be in great danger. So maybe she
And-
wants to voluntarily turn back into a bee, and we promise to give her food and water. And let her upstairs.
and we will deliver her to Caldera or back to the
The Arcanatrix. Yeah.
Arcanatrix. Yeah.
I don't think we even need to go that far. I think we just need to say, hey, these caves are dangerous. We just had to go through a whole horde of horribleness. Also, there's a murderer around. And also, we're not going all the way to Sin. We're just going to the end to clear things up and then going back. So, it's in your interest to be a bee right now. And just go and do your own thing and go to the place you want to go and have that be. Yeah. Because, I mean, so otherwise, how much have we been able to interact with Myr'ra right now? How much presence of mind does Myr'ra have at the moment?
Well, I mean, you've been looking at a bee flying around and you've done nothing to try and interact with Myr'ra, so I can't answer that beyond there is a bee flying around.
So,
Are we still connected psychically? Or
Why don't you
just
try
feeling-
and telepathically try and speak to Myr'ra then, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, okay. Hey, little bee. You know that you've been turned into a bee, don't you? Are you still in there?
Just, hey little bee guy!
I know. I don't know.
So, for Myr'ra's benefit, there is immense psychic pain, and you can push through the pain and bear, kind of hear, this message being screamed into your brain, but it does seem like being a bee isn't great for psychic communication.
Yeah, I probably just go very loud.
She's in there. She's in there.
And, if you're saying that, then, Posey goes, of course she's in there. She cast a spell. She's the bee.
being a bee seems like you can't fit an entire human consciousness into the bee.
Bees are only small. Also, I didn't know the spell would make me a bee. That wasn't part of the spell, at least deliberately. It's not finished. I think I mentioned that.
Well, I'm sure you'll get a chance to finish it later. In the meantime, we can let you have some food.
He goes, food.
Seems like a good first step. It would be good for her to voluntarily re-be.
So did you give her food?
I think we give her food.
Yeah.
I think we become the gentle host to try and make her realise that we are not bad people, but we still want her to do what we want.
Yes, she ought to take responsibility for the thing that she arguably didn't really have much control over while she was a bee anyway, but...
You shouldn't have to say read the passage, though, I suppose.
she asked him to read.
We also helped her out.
Mm-hmm.
She would have still been in that jar if not for us.
Mm-hmm.
Now she can be a bee and not be in the jar, and we still helped her out compared to where she would be otherwise.
So yeah, she wolfs down the food quite hungrily. Just been every breath in between the breath goes, "Thank you so much. This is so nice of you." It doesn't taste that great, but it's still edible. Just muttering over as she's munching away, almost like she's trying to keep a dialogue open, because she's if I speak at them, they won't walk closer.
Now, Falkwin is going to trip over his words if he tries to be the one to persuade her to re-be. It's going to end up saying something very offensive or scary.
Ben says something to you, Falkwin, while she's munching away, and you can already tell she didn't approve of feeding her, right? And she says, "I believe I could convince her to take the form once again if I was left alone with her."
Hello.
I'm not.
This skeptical?
It entirely depends on whether you value Myr'ra or not. How do your ethics factor in there?
Indeed. Another player agency. Should we let Alu bully this person into becoming a bee again?
100% yes.
I'm just going to threaten them as well.
Okay.
Magic versus magic is better than us trying to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you say that. I'd say Lockheart can be persuasive. So it would depend if Alu would then be a good backup. Or unless Alu does have something that is more subtle than actually beating them up until they do it.
We should probably let Lockhart try in the first instance, and then Alu can come in and be more forceful if that fails. Good cop, bad cop.
Okay.
You get all that, Alu Ben?
Ben says, "If I am to be this bad guard that you imply, then it would need to be without eyes, yours included."
Oh my. I'm scared of what you're going to do, but I accept. Hopefully it's not.
She says, "Let us hope that Lockhart remains as gifted as he has proven to be thus far."
Okay. Take it away, Lockhart.
Okay, now, somewhat player agency. Do we want Lockhart to try and convince them or deceive them?
Ooh.
Two different skills.
I feel like the outcome we want is for them to become a bee and, if possible, be happy about it. Whether or not we lie to them, I feel, doesn't matter so much.
Can you fight an immortal bee if they're unhappy with the outcome? I guess is the way to look at this situation.
Yes, I think we can.
Love. I also think, again, I'm a bee. But in terms of, me and Falcon both work for the Arcana Tricks. Like there are things you can say that are like, we can get your journal back if you want to be a bee and head back to the Arcanatrix. Your notes can be waiting for you when you get there. So like she doesn't have to be worried about her stuff. And she can be an immortal bee for a bit.
Yeah, there's probably a whole cabal of wizards at the Arcanatrix who would love the idea of sort of trading bee form between each other and studying.
What was the butterfly's name?
That's what I was thinking as well. The butterfly.
Philip.
I love it. Incredible.
I think you should use that angle in part of your.
You could always message Master Duell.
Time to look out for bees.
I don't know if him hearing more things in his mind is going
It's just Philip that responds for him anyway.
Yeah, we send the message straight to Philip.
Yeah. Anyway, right, what he's doing. Decide now, please. I love how for me that's just pointing off camera.
Oh, for me it's pointing at Lockhart.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I guess mechanically it's about the same to convince or to lie, I'm pretty sure.
But regardless, narratively, you'd have a happy bee or an angry bee, I think, right? Or at least a content bee.
True, yeah. Okay.
Accepted her lot in life.
Then Lockhart, I think, will, having grasped the situation, let's say, okay, now I guess this was essentially going to, if it's convince, it's essentially persuasion roll. I'm thinking, is that how things work, or am I misreading the mechanics?
You taught me through what you're...
So if Lockhart was just going to give an impassive speech and then roll...
So persuasion needs to obviously lead into, you're trying to convince them against something they don't want to do, right? That has a difficulty that you're up against, very dependent on how likely they are to have wanted to do it, because you can't just convince someone to jump off a cliff unless you're magically manipulating them, because they would have no desire to jump off the cliff in the first place. So this person doesn't seem like they have a desire to become a bee again. So rolling persuasion seems unlikely to work. Are you magically enhancing this?
No. I guess it's persuading them it's in their interests to become a bee, because it's going to be very dangerous. They probably might not survive in the tunnels. And so being a bee, we can protect them because we need our friend to do that. And then we will get them to a place where they can, or someone can change them back. We'll get the angle will be we get the Arcanatrix to change them back.
Okay. So you're going to sell this to Posey?
So that would be the persuasion angle. If it was deceiving angle, then yes, I do have a mechanical try and deceive them button. But again, that might.
Well, I think the question here is: are you going to try and actually do right by this person?
Yeah, well, we would keep the bee with us and keep it safe until we could get it to the Arcanatrix. I don't think there's any lie there.
As long as it's not too detrimental for it to us, I think. Yeah, as long as they're the bee and Myr'ra's not, I'm happy trying to do right by them. If push comes to shove, I would rather shove them, but
fair.
Hopefully it need not come to that.
Well, what's happening?
I think try and do it. I vote trying for the persuasion angle and trying to get them to buy into our way of seeing things.
Okay, I'm gonna paste this in just to see, is this close enough for, as well as to try and get them to help us by turning back into a bee, or that.
What's the ideal you're trying to impart?
That
Life's too short not to be a bee?
that it's too dangerous in the tunnels for them not to be a bee.
Okay, I think that's reasonable to suggest, yeah. Like, that seems to be like, it's dangerous to go alone, be a bee.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, realistically, it's probably like a strength in numbers angle, right? Because you're saying, well, you can come with us.
But you have to be a bee.
I mean, also at any point, no one suggested this, right, yet, which I'm quite shocked at, but you could rotate.
The thought crossed my mind, but we don't know how difficult the spell is. Because Hannah rolled really high.
But it does mean that she doesn't always have to be a bee for this journey, which might make her slightly more...
Myr'ra seems quite content as a bee, if that helps in anybody.
Yeah, just being around.
She doesn't seem angry, she doesn't seem shocked, she's just kind of like, this is cool.
Yeah, just being a bee.
Yeah.
Compound eyes might be a bit weird at first, but it's fine.
Yeah. She's like, this is cool. New animal. Ooh.
Can you roll and try and get a 1?
I would be so interested. But I don't think that's the go-to right now. Imagine a bee crow. Imagine she becomes like a tiny crow bee.
Crowbee! Crowbira!
Best thing.
I think we should aim high. I think our best result here is that Posey just becomes a bee and stays a bee for the journey, for the duration of being in the tunnel. And it seems like Impart Ideal can help her believe that that's good for her.
Yeah, okay. Then through Impart Ideal, Lockheart will attempt to persuade her that being a bee is in her best interests.
Being a bee.
Okay.
We'll use 4 effort.
I'm not shocked at that.
Sadly, I don't think there's any way anyone else can help them.
However, this is hindered twice
Hang on. Can I help?
based on their disposition, right? Does Impart Ideal then make them more likely to want to do it?
Is this an attack task? Did my Discord just die?
So I think that can get rid of one of the hindrances then easily, just automatically.
Okay.
And is also allowing the concept of the roll to even happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they're obviously still skeptical, so they're still hindering this one based on not wanting to be a bee and also not knowing any of you. But you did also read the Inquisition after an hour of arguing about it. So, yeah.
Yeah, an hour after they've been here for 3 weeks, a blink of their many compound eyes.
Yep.
Okay, then I will roll.
I'm not sure if this will help or hinder, but I could stand behind you and just look really mean. Blow a little bit of smoke
Intimidation.
out my nose or something.
Yeah, I don't know if that will help or hinder.
Maybe if this fails, that's a good second stance, yeah.
I have encouragement as well, which may help Lockhart, but also may be really conspicuous if I'm just chanting magical elven power words while Lockhart's trying to chat to this person.
It's a little conspicuous, yes, if you're magically buffing someone next to you going, listen to this man's snake oil words!
Yeah.
Well, it's not a 1.
Oh.
It's not a good roll.
Would you like an XP to reroll? Because I can give you one of mine.
I mean,
Oh, you could add to
well, do we not get to hear if it succeeded or not?
Well, let's find out what's the total.
So it's 2 plus 18, so it's 20.
Which is a good roll, because 20 beats a difficulty 6.
Yes.
Okay. But that is hindered 1 level. So it's not a 20, right? It's in
So
fact...
it's 17.
Okay. So still beats a difficulty 5. Still not a bad roll. They listen to your words and your slight manipulations with impart ideal, and they kind of give you like a sketchy look, and they say, I mean, I don't want to be a bee. What are my options here, really? Like, I'm not going to kill all of you. Like, that's... Unless... She gives you like a side eye as if, unless... And he goes, no. You guys are trying to go your way, I'm trying to go my way. Our friend's a bee. How about a couple hours a day I'm not a bee?
Seems reasonable.
I think we can work with that.
And I think it's maybe best if you send me back to the Arcanatrix with my journal, on the off chance someone might help with this situation. I don't imagine a note with a bee and a book in Caldera would mean much.
For the best.
We have to go back there anyway, so yes, we will be going back to the Arcanatrix ourselves. It's part of our mission here.
Kind of like looks at everyone and tries like, you can tell you're being like assessed. She goes, well, you gotta give me at least half an hour more.
Why don't we call it an hour?
Kind of nods. Goes, if people are okay with that, kind of shiftily looks obviously like how poised Ignysera and people are, and how like just it's like the daggers Falkwin's probably staring. I've just merged Falkheart there. But yeah, Falkwin staring daggers through her. She goes, can I at least get my journal back? There's a lot to add.
Mm.
Falkwin does understand the magical interest that they would have here. Obviously, he's not one for writing things down himself.
Yeah,
but
that's why Aluben's taking this point to be like, can you start though?
yeah.
It will help both of us. But yes, so Ignysera, do you let her have her journal back?
I do.
Okay.
I
She like takes it and like starts like flicking through it quite excitedly, like folding up the pages of the ritual to obviously get to the back of the book. And goes, does anyone have like a quill and some ink? Because I think mine's dried up. It's very cheap.
Our friend who is currently a bee had all of those supplies.
I have some writing supplies. I have a letter.
Excellent. Like, oh, can I borrow some? I just want to put some last notes in. And ideally, if you're willing to give me your names, I mean, my name's Posey Hexam. Like, I would happily... Nice to meet you all, after a fashion.
Under better circumstances, it might have been a good introduction.
Yeah. Maybe one of the days I'm not a bee, I could actually just sleep for a couple of hours. That might help. Thinking about it. I've been up for 3 weeks. Just stares off at that thought.
Please not sleep.
I didn't. Is that bee?
What's that?
That was part of the spell to not need to sleep.
I suppose you didn't need to sleep or eat or breathe or...
I mean, it sounded like a great idea.
I can just feel Aluben's reaction to that.
You can just like, it's the tensing of the fists and the veins up the arms of Elben's. Why are people like this?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think Falkwin's reaction or like opinion on the situation has sort of crystallized to, okay, this person is probably not dangerous, and maybe we will get along with them given a bit of time to let the situation sort of find its feet. If they double crosses, then we can just kill them without remorse. Because they will have fallen into double crosses at that point.
Why is it with speakers in this game? My god. Morality's the quickest thing to go. No, it's valid, right? Like, this person could be a massive risk or kind of useless. It depends. But yeah.
New best friend.
New best friend. Cool bee wizard. It's like that moment in Avengers Endgame where it's like, oh, what's that coming through the atmosphere? And it's just Posey as a bee smashing through the Thanos spaceship.
I can tell that this character is either going to be... I realise I'm starting to do wrap-up chat flavoured things, but this character is either going to become a favourite for good reasons or a favourite for, yeah, we really fucked them. Good reasons.
Well, let's see how this goes, shall we? So, your old...
Does anybody remember the movie Ladyhawk? One a bee through day, one a wolf at night.
So, her terms are, I want to be a person a couple hours a day, and I would also like an actual sleep at some point as a person. That's her terms. So somebody just has to be a bee during those times for the remaining journey. So that means every day somebody has to be a bee for a bit.
I'm sure Myr'ra will accommodate that without any doubt.
Yeah. We're due a long rest anyway, so I think we can even sweeten the deal by saying, you know what, have your sleep now. We'll all take a rest.
So you're going to leave Myr'ra?
Yes.
As a
and
bee?
then Myr'ra can sleep next.
Okay. So you're going to take 20 hours out of your journey.
Maybe we can math that differently.
It's just... That's all I'm thinking out loud, but yes, so if you're agreeing to that, Posey's happy to agree to this. Like, that seems like a reasonable compromise, right? Yeah, everybody seems in accord.
If someone could piggyback Myr'ra while she sleeps, once she's not a bee.
Whose shoulder do you want to sit on?
Whoever's the bee.
Hilarious. But yes, so yeah, I guess you all settle in for a long rest. And Myr'ra, you're a bee currently for that. Like Katie and the Elven Maidens and Noya all have looks of who the fuck is this?
Where'd she come from?
Where is Myr'ra? And also, oh, a bee. What? It can wait. So yeah, there's definitely some unease at the campsite. Yeah.
I would maybe suggest, just because Myr'ra's being her memory might not be great. Like, she does have like jars of tea that'll have been in her pack that she won't have taken out with her. So if you want to put Myr'ra in a jar, you could probably do that to make sure I don't fly away.
I mean,
because apparently I don't sleep, so
you could keep watch though.
I could. All my eyes.
I feel like it's unclear how much sentience Myr'ra has right now.
I mean,
like
Posey as a bee knew to get you guys to read the passage, so yeah. And Myr'ra did reply to Nori, just you maybe don't want to be pouring your big thoughts into a small brain. Yeah. Do we all settle down for the night with our new guest, Posey Hexam, wizard extraordinaire? Played by Parker Posey, by the way.
Oh.
I'm happy just to take an hour's rest and then be on watch, because I really don't. Not sure if I trust her yet, just to disappear. But
yeah, I mean,
you could do magic, then you could be the bee.
I mean, nobody non-magical's tried reading it.
Maybe a special spell that you don't even need magic to use. Who knows?
I mean, it's obviously been completely thought out by Posey, so yeah. Yep. So you set up a watch order. You tuck in for the night. Obviously, But we're extending the rest probably quite significantly to accommodate extra rests, such as the two people that didn't get their 1 hour rests, and then obviously the 10-hour rests as well. And I think with that, that's where obviously the session has to end. Just, yep, with the camera just zoomed in on this little bee. What would you like to call this session? My gods. There's a very primal part of my brain that enjoys the fact that part 6 got the character Hexam introduced.
Hex as well. Bees make comb in a hexagonal tile.
Yeah, they do. And you mentioned curse, like a hex.
That too.
It's almost like it's multi-layered. So far the suggestions are bats and the bees, and everything else is bats. Book 3 bodies and a bee. Out for the count. Queen bee hex. Before we cut off the hands, read the passage.
Yeah.
To be or not to be. These
Kalli,
are
that's exactly what I was typing.
Yeah.
I was trying to decide if to put like the number 2 because there has been 2 bees. But I love
Nori rather than honey.
Honey, yep. No, I Shrunk the Wizard is so good. I am worried the bee is immortal. Some of the sound bites alone from this session is so good. Hey little bee! Hey there, Delilah. Oh. The bee story. The bee plot is so good as well, actually. Yeah, yep. Same brain. Amazing. Votes in before you're the last. Yep.
Million more bee puns.
Yeah, hell yeah.
so good for puns.
Ultimately, like horse-sized bugs that ran off somewhere in the game. Who cares? Jar with a bee in it.
So good.
Okay. Right. 2 votes are in so far from what I can see. 3 votes are in from what I can see.
There's a lot of suggestions this time.
4 votes are in.
Oh no. This is gonna make.
You can vote for anything. You can vote for whatever you want, and I will pick if there's a tie. Remember. Okay, so far the short list is Out for the Count, To Be or Not to Be, Honey I Shrunk the Wizard, Hey Little Bee, and B Plot. And those are so hard to choose between. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We can make this the long list and then vote again.
Or roll a d5. So Hannah, do you want to roll a d5?
Okay. Forward slash. D.
You know, B5.
Hey-oh.
Hey.
Do I just write D5?
D5 still exists in physical.
1D5. I knew there was something else.
Oh, type in roll 20. I thought I saw you looking through a dice bag.
What one's that is? Honey I Shrunk the Wizard? Excellent. There we go. I love it so much. It's so good.
The most recent Final Fantasy XIV raid tier had as its second boss. So the shtick for this raid tier is that you're sort of like pro wrestler kind of thing, and you're fighting other kind of pro wrestler type people, like entertainers who fight by entertaining, and they're all somewhat furries. Like they're all kind of like they transform into some alternate form.
Okay.
The second boss is an idol who is part bee, and her name is Honey Bee Lovely.
Of course it is.
And Yeah, this, for obvious reasons, reminded me of that.
Can't think why. Not at all. Right, so, now that we've named the session, excellent. So, Honey, I Shrunk the Wizard. Combat XP wise, everybody can have an XP for combat. Well done.
Hey!
Yada! Successfully did a combat. That's us good for at least an arc.
So many dice rolls.
So many dice rolls. Right, wrap up chat, and then we'll do the award after the wrap up chat. So, yeah, Ignysera, do you want to go first, since I know you're not feeling the best?
Oh, okay. It was fun. I probably get to do a little bit of smacking about, which was good. But yeah, I'm very intrigued by this new person. They are very interesting, to say the least. And I'm glad that Myr'ra did decide to read it, because otherwise we would have. And I was so, although she's currently a B for a little bit, it's I'm very excited to see where this goes.
So good. Oh, so good. Yes. No, it was nice to see Ignysera, like, again, a bit more of her combat prowess as well, just hacking her way through horse-sized bugs. Excellent. Very, very good. And then also then trying to wrangle everyone, be like, what are you guys talking about? Why are you holding a book?
Yeah.
Why are you talking to a bee? Like, anything else, my dear?
No.
Thank you. Nori. If we have Nori.
Yeah, good starting off and finishing the combat that we had to do. Again, I always seem to come up with these ideas to collect things, and I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but it just feels like something that Nori would actually do.
Yeah, that's the right way to play that character, right?
Yeah, he'd want to collect anything round about, see if we can find something special, and then before moving on. The bee story is just, I don't know, it really has blown my mind. I am too tired. It's been a hell of a week. I just couldn't think my way around about this one. I'm sorry, but it was just.
It's wizard business. It's not Nori's business.
All
Yeah.
over again. It's really, we need to get a horse to get out of the city. Oh, it's going to take us 2 hours to. No, it's just sometimes it hurts. And this one.
I mean, it'd be different if the horse you were looking to buy had killed 3 people. Like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm glad Lockheart's roles in this one has at least persuaded her to negotiate. Happy with that, but we'll see the roll of the dice and next time or Friday to make sure we can be trusted. It's good we're all getting involved now. Good to see Kalli coming into it more. So we're getting there. It's all coming together nicely.
Yeah,
kind of.
And no one's been stabbed in the heart yet, so I'd say it's going really well.
As I said, get Myr'ra to roll a 1 and see what happens then. As a bee.
yeah, we'll see what happens then. Thank you. Falkwin?
This character. I'm invested. I can't tell whether I like them yet. I think I'm going to. Or I'm going to really enjoy killing them.
Wow. Yeah, we've seen like a darker side of Falkwin and Elves this week.
Yeah. It's hard to tell. So like Falkwin's grown to care for the group that he's travelling with. And we're now like in the deepest, darkest dungeon, dangerous place, life is on the line. And it's a very much us or them situation. And as far as Falkwin's concerned, this is a person who has, he can understand playing with magic that you don't quite fully understand, but through no complete fault of her own, she's gotten herself into this situation where she had to use this experimental spell and it didn't go so great for her. And then she's kind of like, maybe she didn't have full capacity as a bee to know what she was doing when she wanted us to read the passage. But maybe she did, but she pushed us to read that passage, to trade places. And like, yeah, so
You say us.
yeah, well, one of us. And now that he's human again, she's sort of like seemingly a bit of a pathetic creature. But and so Falkwin does seem that like does feel sympathetic towards her for that. But it's so at the same time, it's either going to be a case of it starts on rocky ground, like Falkwin's not happy with the situation at all, but wants to try and engage in good faith for now. And if engaging in good faith works, then I think she's going to become one of my favourites so far.
Nice.
And if it doesn't work, then it will feel very cathartic to grind her into the dust.
I also just love how on board you were like, yeah, if Alubed needs to go torture this person, I'm happy to walk away. It's fine. It's so good. Yeah. But it's nice to see like this, obviously like Falkwin's personality and, you know, by reflection, Aluben's coming out more and more with these different choices that are coming out because you're way outside Falkwin's comfort zone.
Yeah. Aluben's definitely Falkwin's darker side.
Mm-hmm.
There's pull going in both directions there. Like sometimes Falkwin will be like, no, we really don't need to do it that way to her. We can do it this other way that maybe you're not as so happy with, but is gonna suit me more in terms of what I'm comfortable with. Then there's other situations like this where Falkwin's doesn't have a better answer and is just sort of leaning towards maybe Aluben is right to do it in this way.
Yeah, makes sense. Anything else?
That's about it for now.
Thank you. Lockhart.
So I did like the mention of speakers being sort of the moralities of them, which just always reminds me of that community conversation. It's like, either I'm God or booyah. Most people have a harder time with moral relativism. It's like, what? So I do like that. It's a speaker trait. But yeah,
so
no.
Jeff Palpatine, is that where we're going?
And yeah, no, good to see everyone. And I say with the tail end of the fighting, with Ignysera go smash and Nori shooting people from do pretty good rolls there, and I was glad that I managed to have a conversation with the bug. And the Crow Myr'ra, well, not quite Crow Myr'ra, but the bug landing on Myr'ra and just and then that sort of the inspire aggression, which Lockheart used to have but stopped having. I ditched it, so I'm really glad that Falkwin's got it, because it was one that I took because it seems really good, but then I prefer just to avoid them. So I'm just glad it's in our toolkit. And then all the bee shenanigans, which I'm so here for. And I don't think there's any question of if we were going to read it or not. Obviously we were, and yeah, doing it as more of a persuasion. Say like, there's a few things that Lockhart hasn't quite managed to try out yet, but it did feel like, as I say, either we'd have an angry bee or we'd have a moderately okay bee, and better to not have the angry anaphylaxis bee. And I don't think I've ever written down so many title names in one session. Some really strong ones there. So good fun.
I mean, hopefully many of those names will be useful in future bee-related sessions.
I mean, yeah, that's just going to be a constant feature now, is who's taking the bee, the bee plot of being a bee for the day.
Yep. Gotta love it. Thank you. And yes, nice to see Lockhart's enthrall work as he just goes, and now that I have your attention, why do I have your attention? I'll just keep talking and hope it works. Have you considered a low interest mortgage rate for this cave? So, yeah, well, always nice to see the speakers in full swing this week, both of them. It's very, very nice.
And I'm just remembering, like, oh yeah, I can just read the mind of animals. Not sure how many of them will be talking, but actually something you can do.
Yeah, like, as I said, can't imagine how much use it will be when they're not people as animals, but so far...
But I can find out if Philip does actually talk.
I mean, keep in mind you also might want to factor in the psychic overload elements of the current, talking to a bee seem to be overload, talking to a butterfly might also be a similar effect. But you can work that out. Or you could just ask Master Too-Well. See if he knows.
It may be like an attenuation thing, like bees are small, so you have to talk softly to them in a psychic kind of way.
Hey, little guy.
Just need to sort of find a way to dial down the psychic energy being blasted. Simpler mind, lower defenses, more sensitive.
I'm not living there.
Something like that.
We've got lots of time to practice that with.
I'm not living there. I'm down in a hurry, am I?
What, sorry? No, it was great. I loved it. There's nothing to live down. It's a fantastic moment. Hey, little guy. It's just exactly the level of patronising you'd want from that moment, though. It's the exact perfect level of, are you okay? I don't know how to deal with the fact that you're a bee. But yes, last and not least.
Oh, it's such a perfect me trap.
Yeah. Sleep well, Kalli. Thank you. But yes.
I loved it. I very much enjoyed finishing off the fight at the beginning. Fun when those things kind of like tag over. Exploring the cave, always fun. Worried about KT. Oh, don't like people I like being hurt. But yes, it's like, it's just a question of did we do it now or tomorrow morning.
Yep.
I love that I'm a bee. I think that's great. I think that's hysterical. I think Myr'ra's like, this is cool. It's quite fun to be a different animal and not feel like the incandescent rage that she feels as a crow. So she's a bit like, this is cool. I see why people might like want to do this. I'm also very excited for there to be like wizard mind meld stuff happening with all the wizards. Even though me and Posey maybe can't talk, I like the idea of us like writing notes to each other and me being like, "Have you tried doing this?" So I think Myr'ra's quite hopeful that she'll get maybe a bit of a wizard friend, or as Falkwin says, she'll try and murder us all. And she seems great though. Like she seems like a wizard of. I am a researcher, and I wasn't supposed to poke the thing, but I poked the thing, and now there are consequences.
Yeah, and her approach to immortality wasn't break the rules of the grand cycle. It was, what if I edit out all the bits I don't like?
Yeah. That's actually, it's a cool way to come round to it. I like that the consequence was being a bee. I very much like that we poked a thing with a stick, and instead of what normally happens, which is I go, oh, but it's fine, the consequences will only happen to me. And then they don't, they happen to other people, and I get very stressed about it. I'm like, oh no, I'm a bee, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we electrocuted, I gave all the bad guys lightning swords? Yeah, not ideal. But yeah, I have a great time. I also thought it was quite, I just thought it was fun. I quite like being a bee. Excited to see where it goes. Excited to see how Posey fits in.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited. Should be good. I love that. Yeah. Just you as a player, the choices you make are always so fun. In terms of you mean I could try this thing that's probably ill-advised? Well, sign me up.
Oh, I love that Alubed in the middle of the spell was like, "This is a bad idea."
You should stop this.
Yes. That tells us something insane's going to happen, and that's always fun.
just her like hearing the way the magic words are phrased. I was like, why are we letting this happen?
What's happening?
And it was nice to see that Falkwin acted like, I will try and stop that, even if I know I won't get there in time. Nice that you voiced that as well, because that's always nice to be like, we should, instead of going, let's see how it plays out, Alu. It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
As if Falkwin cares for me right here.
Yeah. And so does Alu.
And yeah, liked the Lockhart. I fully blanked on your name, on your character's name for a second. Went for persuasion. I think that's fun. I think it's nice that we've potentially got like someone who could become an ally rather than just a really angry bee. Because again, if we do trick her into, we've just got a really angry bee. That's potentially immortal. So.
Yep, the case of the potentially immortal bee isn't ideal. Yeah, I love how she doesn't even know that either. So I don't know if I'm immortal or not. I didn't die, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
Mhm.
true.
But again, not something that we haven't dealt with before.
Yeah.
True, we are almost experts on it.
Mhm.
Like if we're the party for her to run into, we're actually quite a good one.
Yeah. KT's gonna be over the fucking moon with this. Like, another immortal problem. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yep.
Does he want to be a bee? Probably not.
Seems unlikely. He seems to enjoy being himself a lot.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
Yeah, like narcissistic levels of enjoy being himself.
And he's been himself for so long. Like, yeah.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe he might prefer honey to blood.
Could be an angle. Definitely could be an angle.
Or Dakima might prefer being a bee to being like almost dead.
Anyway.
But yes. Lots of
I
bee
would
potentials. Yeah. So you've got some XP to award?
Ah, yes, that. It has to be Hannah, right, for taking the hit.
You don't have to reward me for doing what I would have done anyway.
I'm torn between two.
Okay, who's the two?
Hannah, obviously, there's no argument with that, but Lockhart for feeding Katie blood. I really didn't know where that was going to go. Oh, he reached up and grabbed his hand, and no, he was okay. He woke up. I thought I was going to go somewhere else there. I really did think that was going to go somewhere else.
I'd forgotten that happened.
There is still time for that to go somewhere.
He's now got a taste for Lockhart blood. I mean, I've got to go with Hannah though for the
Invitations to some private time back at his mansion will be incoming.
Is that lunch over?
Lockhart?
Yeah.
Hannah?
Oh, Hannah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would have gone for Lockhart because I really liked both the KT moments, and I liked that you talked to a bug. Eek. And yes, I thought the persuasion went very good, and like the way into that. So yeah.
Yes. Obviously, we don't know what Kalli's vote is, but I do think it's quite landslidey in your favour here, Hannah. So enjoy your extra point of XP for being a bee.
Being a bee.
So good. But yes.
As if I could just level the bee up.
To spend it specifically on bee form. But yes. We are way over on time, so thank you everyone for playing. We'll hopefully be back at some point soon because I know scheduling's hell from this point on, but we'll see what we can manage. So yes. Say goodbye everybody.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Bye.